Yo, what up?
Boys, you ain't gonna believe this. A guy was casually running Anavar, clinic involved the whole time, blood work checked, everything supposedly monitored, and he's just had a heart attack. And one blood marker that was never tested could have saved him. Now this mystery health marker operates like a sniper. No symptoms, no warning, bang, just takes you out. So if you are on those spin, very serious in the gym, big, lean particles are actually hitting the artery wall. By the way, actual collision with your Anavar. And running it long term without checking ApoB, that's not a cycle, that's a suicide mission. Level, however, doesn't show the current state of the arteries. When there's a scan out there, little a clot forms on top and it's game over. So when they years Captain America physique still is drama. But if ApoB's climbing directly,
He's running from everybody. Lonerbox, Destiny, me. He won't debate anybody. He's just being a fucking pussy. Oh. I got a cat. There's a very hungry cat. He's doing a fair bit of meowing, trying to steal my food. Look at this cat. So big. I love this big kitty. See this? This is my chumbush. This is your good chumbush. So, wanted to start off with this. Yeah, here's a medical doctor that specializes in TRT. He goes over how the reduction in men's testosterone is just clearly environmental.
Why much more than in previous generations, so many 30, 35, 40-year-old men suffer from low testosterone symptoms? Why is that exactly? What's the cause, in your opinion?
Well, we know that men's testosterone levels have been declining at a significant rate over the last several decades. And Stephen, to be the honest answer to that and the direct answer to that is that decline in men's testosterone levels directly parallels the increase in chemicals that have been produced in the world. We've gone from, for
Yeah, that CrossFit guy was such a fucking dork.
example, 50 million tons of plastics.
Like how that dipshit was saying, you're not fucking doing shrugs right. Yeah, like he'd know. Fucking have fun with your bouncy ball, you fucking dipshit.
Produced in the 1970s to over 300 million tons now. We're talking about other chemicals such as pesticides, herbicides, fungicides. All those are known as endocrine disrupting chemicals, and they have shown to have an impact. You know, you can only test them on animals or cells. You can't really give a human.
What do you think the reason Mommy Tang stopped being vegan was? Just because she didn't like social pressure? No, she's just a fat ass. She's a fat glutton who just wants to be able to eat whatever the fuck she wants. Like, this fucking bitch was talking about how she wants to lose weight, and then, like, the first thing she does is eat this, like, fatty fucking steak. Like, yeah, you're serious about losing weight. Give me a fucking break. Like, and again, it's so brainless. There's weight loss drugs now. They're as effective as bariatric surgery. Is she taking them? No. So she just wants to be a fat ass, eat whatever the fuck she wants. I don't give a shit. Fucking choke on your next meal, bitch. Thanks, dude. Broccoli, what's your ideal physique as is? What are you going for? A mass monster or more aesthetic? Kazuya from Tekken 8.
If this isn't a prime example of how reptiles just brushed off the Mesozoic extinction, then I don't know what is.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks, Toto. Yeah, so Kazuya Tekken 8 is what I'm going for. He has crazy-ass traps. Fucking insane traps. So yeah, that's basically what I'm going for right now. Thanks, Broccoli. Let me see.
A tortoise named Speedy has spent the last few years adjusting to life being partially paralyzed after he was hit by a car.
Michael Corrier shows us how an engineering
Yeah, the melanotan isn't making me fucking orange. It's just the white balance on the camera with the fucking light coming from the monitor.
project for a pair of students found a way to help out the tortoise.
When Speedy arrived at All Things Wild Rehabilitation Center,
What do you think? Is that it?
his future was uncertain after being hit by a car.
Unfortunately, what happened was it affected his spinal column. And so he's paralyzed partially on his two back legs. As you can see, his front legs work fine. It's just his back legs. And so when he walks along, he drags himself and he drags
Poor
his back
Turt.
legs.
Mary Smith has helped care for Speedy for years.
Aw, look at him
She
eat
also
his
works at
lettuce.
Southwestern University. So when she saw an opportunity to connect Speedy with students,
I know, like, you live here and you love animals, so I think this would be the perfect
Aw.
project for you.
the goal was to build a device that could help him move more naturally.
So we used a 3D modeling device, which there was about like 6. It was heartwarming.
Is to get around the office. And he doesn't thump around like he was. This is really more meant for a smooth surface so that he can exist in the center.
The device isn't a cure. Speedy still spends time working to build strength, but inside, he can move without dragging the back.
It's worth it to do the amount of trouble to
Oh, look at him
any
eating his
injury.
melon.
That's sort of his treat.
Wow.
So sweet.
He's munching.
That's a nice turd. Thanks, Dodo.
a endocrine disrupting chemical and see what it does. So this field of biology is in its infancy. It's a brand new field of biology, by the way. But why we are seeing the significant decline in testosterone levels and why we are seeing men with symptoms of deficiency, despite having normal levels of hormones, is directly, in my opinion, due to the toxic environment that we are in.
Okay, and does that include anti-conceptive hormone pills for women? Because that's what I hear a lot.
Yes. Well, you know, when you start studying endocrine disrupting chemicals and how they affect hormones, what we really, the three main areas that they've studied are the thyroid receptors, the estrogen receptors, and the androgen receptors.
Yeah, I've been looking into this a bit more. There's a lot of bullshit with thyroid medications where they'll warn you that you're going to get like Hashimoto syndrome or something, or hyperactive thyroid, and get all the symptoms from that if you take too much thyroid hormone. That's literally all bullshit. Thyroid meds, you can like fucking take them like Skittles if you want. Like there's no risk of any of those thyroid disorders because taking more thyroid hormone does not equate to a thyroid disorder. So there's a lot of people with suppressed thyroid function that could benefit from thyroid meds, even though their levels appear normal on a blood test. And again, it's like you should basically just ignore the fucking blood work. Just take as much as you need for symptom relief or physical improvement. And if you have like, you know, side effects or whatever, like the increased heart rate, crazy sweating, shit like that, you know, take less. But yeah, the thyroid blood work stuff just seems like fucking bullshit.
Actual area.
That's a desert tortoise. Did you know that some species of tortoises, such as that one, can survive for up to a year without water?
I did not know that. It's pretty impressive. Thanks, Dodo.
Of interest is with the androgen receptors themselves, but you know, there's also just as much going on when it comes to stimulating or blocking the estrogen receptors and thyroid receptors, along with the androgen receptors that I study. So yes, of course, the birth control in the water is affecting us all.
Okay, and so even it's more prevalent than in previous generations. But why is the optimization, the testosterone optimization therapy, still such a taboo worldwide in the United States, in Europe, and so on?
Well, you know, once again, it's something that we're not taught about. We have no training. You didn't have any training. I didn't have any training. Nobody that's in medical school.
What's especially bizarre is you're talking about bioidentical hormones. You're not talking about like some new drug that has like potential scary side effects or anything. You're talking about literal bioidentical hormones, and then there's this weird fucking paranoia around it, like just causing all sorts of fucking problems when it literally does nothing. You can take as much testosterone as you fucking want. Like there doesn't appear to be any dangerous upper limit. Like if you take too much, you're gonna have flu-like symptoms and not feel good and shit. But there doesn't seem to be any fucking dose that causes issues.
School right now, residency, or is getting any training in hormone replacement therapy. And my personal opinion on that is it's politics and economics. Medicine is a business. Hormone optimization is all about preventive medicine. It's about preventing disease and maintaining health. Medicine, the medical community that we're in, we depend on people being sick and needing surgeries. I mean, you know as well as I do, if you've been in a hospital, worked around a hospital, that when those beds start getting empty, those people panic. When the surgery centers are not.
Oh yeah, Professor Dave is still responding and deleting comments. Dude, that guy is getting no fucking pussy. His wife is going to leave him.
Full of surgery, the surgery centers panic. We need sick
Testosterone does not raise blood pressure.
people. We need to treat.
Like, there's inter-individual differences and stuff like that, but when you look at randomized trials, there's no association with blood pressure increase.
We're trained to treat diseases with medications or surgeries. That's we're trained by the pharmaceutical companies, and that's just the way medicine is. Medicine is we as physicians are trained to diagnose and treat disease, not prevent disease.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's sad, really.
It is.
I've run into that problem where I've gone to the doctor and asked for things like blood pressure meds, where I wanted to take them just prophylactically to prevent LVH, and like they will not give you any medication as a preventative measure. They'll only give you medication if you're already sick, so they just want to wait till you're sick.
Seriously, I don't understand why you don't want one as a pet VG. Reptiles like them are much easier. Pets, then mammals like cats, don't have a need to be fed as often, or be taken to the vet as much.
Well, it's a fucking huge tortoise, so that's the main reason. Thanks though, Dodo.
If everyone were healthy, the whole system would implode, and that's.
Oh, I even told the doctor, it's like, okay, so you want to wait until I have a fucking heart issue or kidney problems or something until you give me blood pressure meds. And she's like, yeah, you're young right now, so there's no point. Like, just literally said, yeah, we'll wait until you get sick. We're not going to give you medication prophylactically. Just the dumbest fucking shit. So, yeah, any fucking time I need meds, I will first look for black market suppliers, because why would I go to the fucking doctor? Like, I'm just going to wait in a waiting room for like 3 hours and then be told to fuck off, and they're just going to give me the stupidest fucking advice imaginable. So I'll just medicate myself. I'm smarter than these fucking doctors. Like, they're dumb as shit.
That's just the truth. I want the listeners to understand that medicine is big business. Your biggest lobbying group here in the U.S. is the pharmaceutical industry. So, they don't want you. They don't want you dead, but they don't want you well either. They need you on these medications. They need us to be kind of maintaining a healthy sick, if you will. I had using the word healthy, but we need to be treating. That's why when you do go to a physician.
Thoughts on your life being better when you were married?
It wasn't. Thanks, 21st.
They treat your symptoms. They don't really, reverse the disease like we try to do with regard to preventive medicine or hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah. Have you seen our Belgian Minister of Health?
I did. I saw a picture and I laughed out loud.
Fat bitch.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
You do a good job with your videos. I enjoy them very much. I mean, I'm a big fan. I found you kind of surfing, and I've been following you ever since. I guess you know that, and so I always try to give you a shout out anytime I can. Anytime I'm doing an interview somewhere else, I always point out that this is your channel is one that they must watch. So
thanks. So what I found very interesting is you talking on the other channels on the podcast about testosterone resistance syndrome. I thought that was very interesting.
So what if it's huge? A lot of people own huge tortoises as pets.
Tiptoe is an African sulcata tortoise, which is the third largest
Yeah, it's kind of massive, and I don't think my house is really set up for a tortoise, dude. Thanks for the donation.
Not only is he feeling better, he's more affectionate than he was before.
Oh.
Oh, he is, and he's feeling so much better.
That's good.
Look at his markings.
Oh my
Just
god, he's so
look.
sentient.
Look at those markings.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. Just a work of
What
art.
a good
A
chumbish.
living, breathing work of art. And he's
Wow.
feeling so much better. And he's more
Oh,
nuzzly
so
than he was
beautiful.
before. He's sweeter. He's
Oh
more
my goodness,
attentive.
that's nice.
He's more affectionate.
That's a good Joey.
Look at him.
Oh my goodness.
Just
Oh, he is so
look.
good. That's incredible. Well, glad to see Joey doing better. Thanks, Ethan, though.
Can you explain what that is exactly?
Well, sure. You know, what we do when we focus on how we die.
How do you know so much about anatomy? I wouldn't say I'm an anatomy. I don't know much about anatomy, specifically. I just, I just research stuff I'm interested in. That's it.
Diagnosed endocrine disorders or testosterone deficiency, we focus on a lab value, a number. And that number is outside the cells. So you can experience a deficiency.
Why not just take an SSRI for depression? Because one, it causes sexual dysfunction. Two, they're not even very effective. Because it's a neurotransmitter, basically just what ends up happening is you might feel better for a couple months and then you feel like shit again. And then when you come off the medications, you feel even fucking worse. So, yeah, how about instead of taking an SSRI, which will give you sexual dysfunction, just go on testosterone replacement therapy, which is probably the reason you're fucking depressed in the first place. So you're treating the root cause. Plus, TRT helps you live longer. Again, it protects against heart disease, diabetes, certain forms of cancer. It makes you bigger, stronger, more muscular, confident, outgoing, more productive, and it aids in sexual function. So, yeah, let's take the medication that has fewer side effects and more benefits. Does that make fucking sense to you? Dodo, let me see.
What do people do all day? No working,
No working, only eat and sleep.
Only eat and sleep?
Eat and sleep.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Somebody told me that on the boat they tie them up.
No, you know, some people in the boat at night, they used to cry.
Uh-huh.
Used to cry, then some people say he or she is weak. Do you know witch? Black.
Yeah.
Black magic.
A witch?
Yes. In the boat, you have to have, some people have black magic. That's why.
Wait. Hold on. So sometimes on the boat, there's witches on the boat?
Yes. That
Seriously?
is true, yes. Some people used to explain they see they are both witches.
Just drown all of these people. They should just shoot at these fucking boats and drown every single fucking one of them. These people are fucking retarded and don't deserve to live. Just shoot the fucking boats and let them all drown.
That's right.
A witch?
A witch.
So what happens to the witch?
Sometimes witch, they used to tie them.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes they used to catch them and throw in the sea.
They throw them in the sea?
All right. Sea. You know, some people have big head. They used to see at night. But in the afternoon, they don't used to see. That's why.
Oh, so somebody can see at night?
Yes.
So they're a witch?
Yes.
And then you tie them up and throw them off the ship?
Right, yeah.
You kill them?
Kill them.
What country are you from?
I'm from
Senegal. And he was saying if you see a witch on the boat, that you guys throw the witch off the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people can say they see witch inside the boat and they can show them inside the.
Okay, like, again, these aren't even fucking refugees. Like, notice how they're all fucking men in their late teens, early 20s? All of them, without exception. It's because they just want to go to these fucking countries to get welfare and not have to work. Dude, just fucking shoot these people. Out of touch.
My name is Imad.
We've already seen this clip. Like, again, they literally admit they just want to go there for free money. Oh. Wow. That's nice. That's good. They're friends. Look at those good kitty friends. Such good friends.
Вы понимаете...
Lukashenko speaking truthfully for once about the lack of democracy.
Демократию по-белорусски.
Вы знаете, я же диктатор, мне трудно понимать демократию.
Вы понимаете...
Geez, what's with all these welfare leeches? In today's society, VG.
Well, the main problem is immigrants. So, you know, that, like, again, that's why they come here. Thanks for the donation, I don't know. Did Dan get back to you? Let me see. How much tofu do you eat in one meal? About 1 kilogram. He didn't get back to me, but he added me. All right, there we go. Messaged him. Thanks, Dodo.
To see when it comes to hormone by both extracellular and intracellular mechanisms, meaning things that go on outside the cell and things that go on inside the cell. When we do a lab value, we're simply measuring the amount of hormone in the serum, in the blood. So we need a certain amount to exert an effect. So for instance, with regard to testosterone, we of course measure a total testosterone and a free testosterone. The free testosterone represents,
like, yeah, I usually eat the tofu with other things, so like rice or broccoli or something.
it's about 1 to 3% of total testosterone, but that's the active form.
What do you mean, do I blend it? I fucking eat tofu. When the fuck do you eat tofu?
That's
blender?
actually what's usable to us as men and women. Now, you can have decreased levels of hormones, and those are extracellular mechanisms. That's what we see with regard to type 1 hypogonadism or type 2 hypogonadism. Also, if we have increase in protein binding, such as albumin or sex hormone binding globulin, they can decrease our percent free testosterone, so we have less that are usable. But testosterone resistance syndrome focuses on what goes on in the cell. You know, for testosterone to exert an effect, which essentially is it's anabolic, so it's protein synthesis, it has to actually enter the cell. And once it enters the cell, it has to go through several steps in order to exert an effect. The most important step is the binding to the androgen receptor. Anything that prevents binding to that receptor will not allow testosterone to exert an effect. So you can have as much as you want outside the cell. Once it enters the cell, if it can't actually bind to its receptor, like a key entering a lock, nothing can happen. So it has to bind to the receptor, number one, and we can have an increased number of receptors or decreased number of receptors. We can have decreased receptor sensitivity from a genetic standpoint, but also that's where the endocrine disrupting chemicals come in. They actually bind to those receptors and they block the androgens from actually binding to its receptor so it can exert a response. The second mechanism, once it binds to the receptors, has to enter the nucleus of the cell where a process called transcription occurs, and that's where a copy of DNA is made. That copy of DNA is then taken outside the nucleus and then goes to what is called a ribosome, and that's where protein synthesis occurs, and that's called translation. So you've got androgen receptor binding, transcription, and translation, these three major.
I got some stuff for you to react to, VG, here.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is facing more outrage from the Jewish community, this time over a new committee that will advise him on judicial nominations. Not one of the 18 people he appointed is Jewish, even though he calls that panel truly representative of the city.
In my 6 months of being the mayor, I've had the privilege of appointing a dozen qualified judges from a range of backgrounds, including Jewish judges. And I want to be clear that any suggestion that the composition of the advisory committee was motivated by religion is false.
It is obviously motivated by religion.
Well, those comments are doing little to quiet his critics as concerns about anti-Semitism in New York City are growing. The Anti-Defamation League says reported incidents are up nearly 480% in the past decade. Alexis McAdams is in New York City with more on this. Good morning, Alexis.
Jackie, good morning. Well, so not a single Jewish New Yorker is on the city's most powerful advisory committee list.
What the fuck is this question? If someone is on Reddit, should they sim for 1 gram of tofu, or is the 0.8 per pound adequate? Sim. You mean 1 gram per pound of tofu? What the fuck? You mean protein? Yeah. Try to get roughly 1 gram per pound. If you can't, then it's not a big deal.
But you know who is? A lawyer who
Of protein, not fucking tofu.
represented a convicted domestic terrorist, so he made the cut. Now a number of Jewish groups are outraged here after Mayor Zohran Mamdani left out Jewish members from this appointed 18-member panel that helps recommend judicial nominees for the city. It's a huge job. The mayor is defending the selection, saying, well, I've appointed other Jewish judges since I took office.
I think the suggestion that there would be any decision-making motivated by religion, it does bother me. This is a city that is beautiful because of the breadth of diversity of those who call it home, and that includes the Jewish community across the 5 boroughs.
So now
Yeah, he's just deliberately trying to avoid hiring Jewish people, obviously.
I just wanted to take a moment to just mention briefly one other thing. So I've engaged in lots of debates with the pro-Israel crowd. Most of them have been on Tucker Carlson's show. I've been on Al Arabia, I think 3 different times, oftentimes debating an entire panel of pro-Israel people. And it gets fiery, I get it. I mean, I had a Somali Uber driver tell me recently that he's a huge fan, supports everything I do, but just wants me to stay calmer. I get it, I need to stay calmer. But at the end of the day, what I focus on is the substance of the debate. Yes, sometimes I will genuinely think such. On the second night, she decided.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Tonight we conclude our week-long look at the threat of socialism by talking with immigrants from Venezuela, Cuba, and the former Soviet Union about life under such regimes. Correspondent Alexandria Hoff shows us this evening.
I saw food on grocery store shelves, and it was overwhelming for us. It's a feeling we really can't describe because it's like dying and going to heaven.
Virginia attorney Marina Medvin keeps the photos her family took of American grocery stores in her office, a reminder of the abundance they found once the Soviet Union's deprivation was behind them. Like many who have fled authoritarian socialist regimes, Medvin is alarmed by what she sees as the Democratic Party in America warming to socialist promises.
They say that the purpose of democratic socialism is to bring equality and goodness, but I mean, what equality does it bring? That everyone is equally poor, that everyone is equally miserable, equally depressed?
In Venezuela, it took about 15 years for the nationalization of private industry under Hugo Chavez to unravel into social and economic collapse. Daniel DiMartino's family was crushed.
Suddenly we couldn't find milk in the grocery store. Then we couldn't find chicken. Then we had to line up. Then the government asked for our ID to buy groceries and assign us a day of the week to go to the store.
Cuba's structural decay was more drawn out, with state-run farms and businesses failing to meet basic consumer demands. Yali Nunez sees democratic socialists in the U.S. blindly embracing what she fled from when she was just 16 years old.
None of this people.
By the way, all these democratic socialists, apparently they overwhelmingly are college educated and have high paying jobs. They're disproportionately wealthy. And then they're advocating for this fucking horse shit. It's just crazy. Thanks, Dodo.
Major processes that must occur inside the cell before testosterone can
Thank you for the stupid question. No, I don't like Mamdani's economic policies, you fucking retard. Yeah, I like TVP. I'm not good at making it, though. That's why I never make it.
exert an effect. Anything that affects any one of those three processes will cause symptoms of deficiency, even if you have normal levels outside the cell. And we in medicine simply measure what's outside the cell. We do not measure, or we can't measure what's going on inside the cell in each human being. So I'm treating these men with so-called normal levels, but have all the symptoms of a deficiency because the problem is inside the cell, the intracellular mechanisms, not what's going on outside the cell.
And do you have any idea what the ratio is of men having low testosterone symptoms with low testosterone versus the other men that have normal levels with low T symptoms?
That's where there's a lot of individual variability when it comes to testosterone levels in general. You can take two men with the same level.
All right, let's watch some Professor Dave crash out shit. What the fuck?
Of the IDF in that area.
That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. So like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Ponder that. Then, of course, there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform where young people were most consistently learning about Israel's war crimes, so the Zionist lobby decided...
I would have thought that there was some almost level of bipartisan interest in dealing with TikTok from Republicans and Democrats. I would have thought that was more to do with the whole...
Stove God, active shooter at In-N-Out in Twin Falls, Idaho, killed 3 people. Citizen who opened or concealed carried killed the shooter. According to FBI statistics, most active shooters are killed by civilian just carrying a firearm. I think it's like an 80% rate. It's usually not the police who take out active shooters. Police were nowhere to be found, yet libtards want to take away Idaho gun rights. Well, liberals love crime. They want more and more crime, and they want to take away guns from law-abiding citizens so that criminals have all the guns and they can do whatever they want. That's their whole plan. Thanks, though, Stove God.
Whole China thing and taking people's data and trying to massage American discourse in China's image because it was a Chinese thing. Maybe I don't know. No. Nah, it's a genocide. Fuck yeah.
Ties with Israeli leaders, and he has personally donated tens of millions of dollars to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly banned, in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation...
Why not both? I don't know, probably because even if it is, let's just say both. Why not? What do you think is more important to American security? Is it Chinese access to data and to use their algorithms to massage the American discourse in their favor? Or is it whether or not Americans love Israel? Like, what the fuck? It's obviously fucking China. You're stupid. You're crazy. Like, stop putting Israel at the center of the universe. You'll be fine. I swear. Your life will go on. You'll live a happy life.
Is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York...
Oh my god, dude, this guy's an idiot.
You look sensational, dude, and you come across sharper than ever. Great to witness you leveling up. Thoughts on BPC 157? Thinking of adding it for reflux issues.
I don't know if that's gonna do anything with acid reflux. Generally speaking, that's used to prevent or treat ulcers or just general digestive issues, I don't think it's going to do anything with acid reflux. Like, that's an issue with your stomach not closing after you eat. You can try it, but I don't suspect that would do much. But yeah, BPC 157, it is good. The oral form is used to treat digestive problems.
Is this seriously the bright future SJWs are waiting for, and they love to talk shit about a rich country like America?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Dodo. Yeah, and the injectable form, it's just for general healing and stuff. But thanks, dude. I appreciate the compliment.
York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens in American streets. A foreign company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens.
That's not how that works. Just because they're using spying tech developed in Israel, that doesn't mean Israel has access to whatever the machine the data collects. You fucking idiot.
But also the details of how American law enforcement surveils its population.
I mean, he keeps saying that Jews are Nazis, so it's pretty clear his prescriptions are basically to do what the Nazis did, what the Allies did to the Nazis: full-scale war and unconditional surrender and occupation. Yeah, but that's not. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that's not a thing? That's not like a goal. That's not an ambition. That's like me saying, I want to turn my own piss into gold. Maybe I do. Yeah, that would be beneficial. Surely, I get some perks out of that. But really, it's not a thing. It's not like a serious ask of the universe, right? Like, it's not a thing. He who demands everything demands nothing. Is that how you put it? Oh, fuck. FGE, thanks for the $20. That's so generous of you. My God, I should do some donos. There's a new goal, by the way. New goal. Meme, thanks to $4.99. Hooray, Hannibal Directive and Zog Dolphins. Rock Hard Slab, thanks to $4.99. Did you see Finkel meme on Hassan Zaydong's stream, claiming the music festival was a free love thing, and that's why some were naked? No, but I've seen that claim before. It's quite crazy, especially since there are videos of the people dancing before the attack. Pass Blast UK, thanks for the $9.99. His profile picture is literally the smug Wojak. Oh yeah. Lexi, thanks to $4.99. This video was the final straw for my faith in humanity. Thanks, Dave. Don't worry. Lexi, thanks to $4.99. This video, no, I already did that. Ligar, thanks for the tier 1. Trapping buildings by storing weapons, by utilizing civilian infrastructure in whichever possible way they can. It's not surprising that there's that much destruction. It's not actually that surprising. There's probably, you could still argue there's more than there was necessary. And the rate of clearing and trying to rebuild is obviously like pathetic on Israel's part. But even if they were doing things like properly, quote unquote, Hamas admitted that they have 500 kilometers of tunnels at least. 500 kilometers of tunnels in a space the size of Gaza. And that's not even to mention the stuff that they're hiding in the buildings, right? So urban warfare is horrible. It is fucking disgusting. And it's especially disgusting when the defenders are utilizing and militarizing the urban landscape to the extent that Hamas does. No one else has done it in that level of concentration or scale that Hamas has.
And the contracts are redacted.
His last comment was 25 minutes ago.
It's like the fire bombings of Tokyo. Japan had a...
Thoughts on your life being objectively better when you were married to Jasmine?
It's like the firebombing of Tokyo. Japan had a unique manufacturing setup for the war from every other country. Rather than having specific factories that were making war supplies and materials, basically you had an innumerable amount of small shops that were just within civilian areas that were converted into making war materials. So, you know, in a normal street in Tokyo, you'd have like businesses that, I don't know, made shoes, fixed watches, you know, crap like that. They would just convert that and tell them to, okay, make the fins for like these bombs. Another shop down the street would make another part of the, you know, the bomb part. You'd have a bunch of them making aircraft materials. So the US had to firebomb Tokyo because that was the only fucking way to destroy Japan's manufacturing for their war supplies. They just set up their manufacturing in a way where it was just all in a major dense civilian area. So Tokyo got fucking like burnt to the ground and fucking flattened basically. Same thing in Gaza. Hamas is using as much civilian infrastructure as possible to embed themselves, and that's why you see so much fucking destruction. And all these people fucking saying, why do you have to do that? Like, they're just... It's a combination of being uninformed and deliberately being fucking dishonest and not accepting fucking reality.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but if this is the future SJWs wish for, then it honestly makes me worry about the fate of this country. Had Hillary won the 2016 election?
Yeah, I really don't know how things would have gone if Hillary had won the election. I don't know if the DSA would have become as prevalent or whatever. Who the fuck knows? But they were already doing this. They were already trying to infest the Democratic Party. But yeah, I do not ever want to vote Democrat again as long as that DSA infestation is there. And again, like, there's so many Democrats that have that brain rot infected in them and they don't even fucking realize. Like, I pointed that out with Destiny, and like, he just like sarcastically is like, oh yeah. But thanks, Dodo. What about women with depression? Should they also take testosterone instead of SSRI, SNRI? Yeah, possibly. Both men and women's testosterone levels are declining. So yeah, a lot of women should be on testosterone replacement therapy. You're seeing the same rates of testosterone decline in women as with men.
Really? 28,000 comments. Is he replying to newest ones, or? Oh, he liked one 22 minutes ago. Rare, Professor Dave L. Calling something a genocide does not make it true, even if terminally online lefties really want it to be. Well, I proved it's a genocide in the video you didn't watch, so don't you just look like a pathetic, brainwashed, cowardly little bitch? This guy's energy is actually quite impressive. It's 23 minutes. He's fucking relentless, dude. This is some of the worst pro-Palestine activism I've ever seen. Please put their needs above your stupid online drama. You mean like what I did by painstakingly outlining their genocide in this video? You didn't watch? That is barely about Destiny at all? You're a fucking moron. This guy.
Jeez.
Destiny is an idiot, but you are pretty hyperbolic / foolish yourself, comparing flat earth theory to a much more complex, unsettled affair. Nope, not even a little bit. You're just a brainwashed loser who didn't watch this video where I prove that Israel's...
And again, this is the same guy who refuses to debate Destiny or anybody else on the topic. Let me see, Dodo. Okay. Middle Eastern migrants invade hotel in Greece armed with rifles, axes, hunting Israeli tourists. Israeli tourists say a Middle Eastern mob, probably Palestinians, stormed their hotel in Crete, Greece, searching room by room for Jews after confrontation escalated into violence. Yeah, that's fucking retarded. It's almost as if allowing all these immigrants into a country is a bad idea, especially if they come from a Muslim country. Maybe one day they'll learn. Trump is selling inside trading now. Yeah, I know. Trump Media has officially launched its new paid data service providing faster access to Truth Social posts. Yeah. I think it's like $100,000 a month or something crazy like that. But yeah, he's literally promoting insider trading and profiting off of it. It's kind of crazy. Thanks for the membership, Chris.
So where should Democrats draw the line on this stuff?
Whatever Scott Galloway says, I believe it. I think that he's one of the smartest, most cogent, brilliant analysts there is. And I'm not sure what to understand what Madame is doing, but to talk about the larger Democratic Party post the election in Michigan going forward, I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy. Now, I think that a majority, overwhelming majority of Democrats agree with me. But this idea that we're going to seize the means of production and this just go look at the DSA platform. You don't have to look any further than that. And, you know, Jackie, it may be that the two-party system is just going to be under tremendous stress here in the coming months. I mean, you see it in with Tucker and Martin Taylor Greene, and on the Republican side, you see it going on right now. And I can't sit here and tell you for certain how this is going to turn out. But the one thing I can tell you for certain, Hassan Piker and James Carville are not going to be in the same political party. One of us is going to lead. It might even be me.
Yeah. He's actively destroying the Democratic Party. If these people end up becoming the norm in the party, like, that's it. Everybody's just going to vote Republican. It's just fucking over. It's basically the same thing as the NDP here. They're basically exactly like the DSA in the United States, and nobody votes for them. They win small local elections, but they never, ever, ever, ever win a federal election.
Committing genocide. Shekels. He got 15 shekels. Oh. PSYOP. This video was put on this earth to fuck the Palestinian cause. To tell Israelis, because there are right-wingers in Israel watching this right now, and there are on-the-fence liberal Israelis watching this video right now and going, yeah, what was that I was saying about, you know, give the international community a chance. They're not all anti-Semitic. We'll be safe. You know, we can give an inch here and there. You know, we trust the international institutions. No, he's just proven.
Loner comment.
Guy knows. Guy G. You should stay on science. This just shows how you do not know how to lie. Where am I wrong in this video that you didn't watch, Dick?
Where am I wrong? Yeah, plenty of people have pointed out he's wrong, and this is why you won't debate. I'm not wrong about everything. I won't debate anybody, even though I know I'm right and I could easily win. Yeah, sure. Dude, Dave is just a fucking retard.
Not to be racist, but you are looking more African.
Yeah, I'm on Melanotan. Thanks, Jessica. JP, hi Richard, can you watch this tonight?
Find some plants.
Okay, meat. Oh yeah, buy the steak. Celsius drinks. Oh, energy drinks bad. Fake burgers. Don't buy these burgers. They have toxic chemicals in them. Don't buy anything that says protein packed. It's toxic chemicals. It's processed. Frozen fruit good. It's natural. Rotisserie chicken has chemicals. It's not made good. Don't buy the egg white bites. Chemicals. Cheese. It's not all natural raw cheese. It's not that good. This is the best cheese in the store because Parmesan's made without chemicals. Oh, they're not pasture-free ranged eggs. Blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't fucking care, dude. I don't need to watch Paul just blab about the same fucking horse shit. There's some Paul videos that I'll watch, but, like, that's just fucking
Not to be
horseshit.
racist, but you're looking more niggerish. Are Pat and Jasmine okay with that? Are they still willing to have a threesome with you and call you a nigger while they make out?
Dick bag. Bag of dicks. You can take the dick out of the bag, but you cannot take the bag out of the dick. HMRS, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Look at the donations that Professor Dave is. Oh, Argentinian pesos. And then the vid itself. Yeah, he's for the $5 money so you can stay unbossed. And through it is
are being used to murder Gazans. UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next?
I know this is true. They do use those automatic fucking fires. Those automatic firing guns. It's quite fucking cringe, quite gross. If they're hitting kids in tents.
Major intersections in American cities to protect all the...
As if you wouldn't get unintentional civilian deaths if you just had troops on the ground. Like, just think about this. If you had actual soldiers on the ground firing at targets or at things they thought were targets. Okay, well, you have a human being who's actually in a dangerous situation, who doesn't want to fucking die, has to consider, okay, if I don't fire and I misidentified a Hamas terrorist as a civilian, I could get shot and killed. Versus these, gun turrets that are like either AI or man controlled. Well, especially if they're man operated. Well, now you don't have that personal risk to your safety. So you're very likely to be more discerning with your shots. And again, if you're going to complain about AI being used to take out targets, then just present the evidence that the AI is somehow worse at identifying targets than a human being. It's just fucking stupid. Like when people are making these arguments with unmanned drones and stuff and the use of AI, you have to make the case that it's going to cause more civilian deaths per target acquired versus a human being, which I have not seen the evidence for. JP.
Burger King's spicy royal chicken sandwich has 120 ingredients. How's that possible? What is in here? Well, it starts with a bun with over 40 different ingredients. Bread should have 3 ingredients. There are 3 different types of sauces here. There's a little bit of tomato and lettuce on here. Those are the...
That's wonderful. Paul is teaching us all that a Burger King spicy chicken sandwich is not good for you. What would we do without Paul? Thank you for the invaluable health advice. Now I know not to eat fucking Burger King's chicken sandwiches. Fucking retard.
This is my animal-based day of eating. Pre-surf, I got raw milk with honey in there. Shake it up. So this is breakfast. I'm gonna drink the water in this coconut.
That is disgusting. He eats like a retard.
Watermelon from the farmer's market, pasture-raised eggs, grass-fed beef burgers with some local glyphosate-free honey. Afternoon.
He puts honey on his hamburgers. Dude, like, this is what poor people used to do when they had to eat, like, gross fucking meat. Like, especially during the Depression era in the United States, people would have to, like, hunt squirrels and eat roadkill, and it would taste fucking gross. And they also couldn't afford maple syrup or honey or even just sugar. So what they'd do is they'd get molasses, which was very inexpensive, and they'd cover their meat in molasses to make it edible. This is basically what he's fucking doing. It's almost as if he's fucking admitting, yeah, this tastes like shit, and I have to put something sweet on it so it's palatable.
Snack, local papaya, raw goat's milk feta. These are mamonchinos. They're like rambutans, and some raw goat's milk. Dinner time.
Dude, it's like, what's especially bizarre about this is this guy is like, oh, you need to eat all this for nutrients, and this dude is like fucking skinny and weak, and he's aging like fucking the milk he drinks. His skin has become so wrinkly and leathery since he moved to Costa Rica, because this idiot won't wear fucking sunscreen. And, like, I'm not even kidding. There are vegan girls who outlift him. Like, he is so remarkably fucking weak.
If I were black, I wouldn't be able to afford to donate to Richard, let's be honest. I'd be complaining about how everything is expensive, like Richard does. And to niggard, Terry's nothing hotter than lesbians making out while they call him a nigger. True?
Well, if you're selling crack or fentanyl, oh, Jesus. If you're selling crack or fentanyl, you'd have money. Thanks, 21st.
Time, grass-fed New York strip steak. Of course, it's cooked mostly rare. Part that I cooked very...
Yeah, notice none of the shit is helping him get any more fit or jacked. He is continually losing more and more muscle mass as time goes on.
Very rare. Pineapple, banana, bone broth I made myself, fresh squeezed orange juice.
He drinks bone broth? Like, the fuck?
I believe this way of eating helps humans thrive. This is how I...
So, why are you a skinny, emaciated prick that looks like a fucking crack addict, and you're as weak as a fucking kitten?
I eat an animal-based diet every single day. If you want to join me and Heart and Soil Supplements for our free 30-day animal-based eating challenge, sign-ups are now live and open. Go to animalbased30, animalbased30.com. Join me for Animal Based 30 starting August 1st. This is my animal-based day of eating.
An idiot.
I buy regular toothpaste. I'm just trying to keep my teeth clean. I just use baking soda. It's cheaper, there's no fluoride, and it's actually easier on my tooth enamel.
It's not. Modern toothpaste help protect enamel more.
I buy this purple mouthwash because I'm trying to have fresh breath. I don't have bad breath because I eat good quality food.
I always find it funny as fuck when Richard talks about getting tons of pussy, or if he's in a debate and he mentions how he gets more pussy than someone. It's hilarious since we all know that's not true, Lamau. We know he got pussy once or twice in 2 years.
That's nice, thanks, dude. I can guarantee you Paul probably smells bad, just fucking everywhere.
Dude, if I really want to have fresh breath, I'll just pull some coconut oil.
By the way, like, it's confusing to me why Paul dresses like fucking shit. I'm no, you know, fashionista or anything, but Paul really dresses like shit. I can get away with not dressing so well because, like, I look pretty good, you know, like, I look big and strong, so, like, no matter what I wear, it's like, yeah, you know, whatever, but, like, he's so fucking skinny and just doesn't have good body proportions, and he wears clothes that just fit him weird, and he just looks like a fucking weird rat bum. And he's rich. I don't get it. Like, why the fuck doesn't he just buy better clothes?
Get lotion because my skin gets dry. I don't use lotion like that because it has lots of parabens and endocrine disruptors in it. I just use something like beef tallow on my skin when it gets dry. I use detergent on my clothes to keep them smelling fresh. All those fragrances and detergents give me a headache. I hate the way they smell and I can't get them off my skin. I just use vinegar. It's way cheaper and super easy. I use this deodorant so my pits don't smell. Vinegar actually also works great as a deodorant. You just take a
Yeah, it doesn't. That's why people don't use vinegar.
little bit on a cotton pad, put it under your armpits, and you don't even smell like vinegar, and it gets rid of the scent. You're kind
Vinegar smells like vinegar, so no.
of crunchy, man. What are you, some kind of hippie? Nah, man. I'm just trying to stay healthy and protect my hormones.
He just looks like such a retard. Who the fuck would listen to him? Like, just look at him. He looks like some broke fucking retard who, like, can't dress well. It's just... Why does anybody listen to this guy? Jared Fap. Is this Rihanna? I don't find her attractive. Thanks, Jared.
The Patriots from dangerous
We had someone in the White House who could be more firm with Israel, eh? Shit. Dwayne, that's $5. Thank you for the $5. Oh, whoa.
Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun. Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute
considering how there's so much anti-Semitism and shit and terrorist activity, do you think that might make sense to target people who are criticizing Israel, you fucking idiot?
almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully.
Bunny, thanks to 5,000 pesos. The enormous red dono. Listen, I'll take red donos. Red donos are high. Where's my 10 red donos?
Already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years.
Please do Palestine Action in the UK. I cannot believe those people got arrested and punished for attacking the military of a country. That's crazy.
In prison. One of them wasn't even at the fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlet.
He's complaining about ICE protests.
And if you thought that tortoise was huge, VG.
Was I right? He's 191. Did I get that right?
Well, we say 192 now.
Oh, do we?
We don't know, of course, exactly when he hatched, but we've got some nice documentation, which means he was landed in 1882 fully grown, which is about 50 years of age.
Right.
So for all we know, he could be 200 years old.
He's looking great on it.
It's really amazing.
Queen Elizabeth and he met George.
That is a big tortoise. Thanks, Dodo. He's complaining about ICE protesters in the United States getting arrested in a video about Israel-Palestine. What the fuck do the ICE arrests have to do with the government targeting anybody over Israel?
And yet they will spend their lives in jail. Why?
What is this fucking rabid animal doing? Spider, what is this picture? Have I got a Professor Dave face going on here? He's been leaving comments? How the fuck do these read? Professor Dave, you said Israel uses human shields rather than Hamas, but Hamas has repeatedly acknowledged its vast tunnel network, rejected safe zones, and publicly shown its fighters operating from civilian areas. As Lonerbox pointed out, this is one of the rare things that Hamas and the IDF actually agree on. If both sides acknowledge these facts, why dismiss them? It seems important to engage with Hamas's own statements instead of acting as though this evidence doesn't exist. Professor Dave, you said Israel... It's the same comment. I didn't know it was the same comment. Oh god.
Check out my boxing fight. IT happened long time ago, but it's pretty cool. IT has Linkin Park on the background. Please, please.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can check it out. Thanks, Anonymous.
Excuse me. Got an idea. Got a plan. He's probably in there right now. Professor Dave, you said there is no Hamas in the West Bank, but Hamas themselves have repeatedly acknowledged the deaths of Al-Qassam fighters, and of the IDF in that area. As Loner on Box pointed out, this is one of the rare things that Hamas and the IDF actually agree on. If both sides acknowledge these facts, why dismiss them? It seems important to engage with Hamas's own admissions instead of acting as though this evidence doesn't exist type shit. I can't do that. As my bright young son.
Can you please flex her biceps so I stop being trans?
No, thanks though, Bon Bon. Twin, what video games does Pat play? As of right now, none. She has played video games, but right now, as far as I know, she's not playing any games. Thanks, Twin.
Labeling the activity of individual protesters as part of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing.
Do you ever have any little unhealthy snacks? No.
Protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric, and cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals with zero basis? Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted.
Hey.
This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power. Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do.
What is the Professor Dave comment tracker? Oh my fucking god. Listen, I've crashed out on Twitter sometimes. It usually stops at like 15 replies or 20. This guy.
Very smart, Richard. Here is the link. Greetings.
Fucking Linkin Park. I'm assuming you're the guy who isn't fat. Yeah, that guy has trouble moving around. Why is he barefoot? I just noticed that. That's really stupid. Yeah, I'd like to get back into kickboxing again. That'd be really nice. Ideally, I'd want to do combat sambo.
Fun fact, that old giant tortoise might also just so happen to be bisexual, according to its keepers. I'm not joking.
Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Thanks, Dodo. But yeah, nice job, dude.
Is the oldest living land animal in the world. Jonathan is a Seychelles giant tortoise who is believed to have hatched in 1832. He was brought to the island of St. Helena in 1882 and has lived on the grounds of the governor's official residence ever since. In 2017, Jonathan made headlines when his partner Frederica went to the vet and was discovered to be a male. And vets say that despite being both blind and without a sense of smell, Jonathan's libido has shown no signs of slowing down. While many have labeled Jonathan as being gay, he has also been known to mate with Emma, a 55-year-old giant tortoise who also roams the grounds. David, the fourth tortoise living
I don't know if that has anything to do with him being blind and not having smell.
at the governor's residence, appears to be the only one rejected by Jonathan, and has even been known to flip Jonathan onto his back in anger.
That's funny.
According to his long-term vet, Joe Hollins, Jonathan's favorite foods include cabbage, carrots, and seasonal fruits, but he especially likes bananas. In November 2023, Hollins told the Guinness Book of Records, Jonathan is in good health, and all the indications at present make us hopeful he will reach his 3rd century.
21st, really no Helldivers 2, no. Son Goku, why are restaurant appetizers the same price as entrees now? Because, you know, they're trying to screw you coming and going. Yeah, eating out is kind of retarded at this point. Just, I am very satisfied with just getting tofu, putting a nice sauce on it, and then just making my own curry and rice. I don't have any interest in really going out to eat anymore. Thanks, though, Son Goku.
Is on some motherfucking fumes. Professor Dave got a 5'11 brain in a 6'2 world. How are you getting baited by this shit? What the fuck? 3,966 detected deletions. I'm fucked.
This guy, so by the way, this guy is married, and he's spending this much time in the comment section of his video just having these stupid replies, calling people a fucking cowardly bitch, you're a retard, you didn't watch my fucking video. And just hours and hours and hours in the comment section. So this guy's marriage is falling apart, and this is what he's doing to overcome his frustration or deal with his frustration. And what a pathetic way to do it, too. He's not going to the gym, not working out, not doing anything productive, not maybe focusing on his hobbies, fixing up his car or something. No, I'm just going to waste my time in the fucking comment section. Like, I think that more than anything shows that this guy is just a pathetic fucking loser with nothing going on in his life. Of all the things you could be doing if you have a relationship that's not going great and you're frustrated that your wife won't have sex with you, just wasting time in the fucking comment section making yourself more frustrated. Like, this guy is a pathetic fucking loser. 21st, what about the craving for tenon vegetarian every once in a while? If they weren't 2 hours away, you'd go more often. No. Tenon's great, but yeah, I'd rather just save my money. Like, if each time I go out I'm spending like $100 or something, like that's $100 that could go to, you know, something that I'd kind of rather want, like steroids. Thanks though. Dodo, is there anything they don't blame Jews for? Also, I thought immigrants were good. I think they literally blame Jews for everything.
Earlier, you mentioned Morocco. What do you mean Israel caused it? Israel and America got the Moroccan government to send like 40,000 people into Spanish administered territory. It's not even on some conspiracy shit either. Like the New York Times is openly covering it as such. You know what I mean? It was so.
Readers added context they thought people might want to know. New York Times reports Moroccan police urged migrants to cross into Ceuta amid social media rumors of an open border, but does not attribute involvement to Israel or the U.S. Big fucking surprise. I love how Muslims are dunking on themselves right now.
Do you think we just skip debates and decide who's right by who can bench more?
That would be much more efficient. Better yet, let's just drop people on their heads. Thanks, Pablo. Yeah, Muslims are literally dunking on themselves now. After saying Muslims are great people and immigrants aren't a problem, they're literally saying the US and Israel are punishing Spain by sending Muslim immigrants. Oh, that's a punishment now. That's a bad thing now. Okay. Richard's 29 gauge syringe. After taking gear, have you noticed an increase in frequency on your goon sessions? Yeah, maybe slightly. Thanks, Richard. 29 gauge.
It was classic Israel in the way that they did it, in the shameless way that they took ownership over it, that even the fucking New York Times was like, okay.
Where would you deport Hassan Piker to if it were up to you? Ideally Gaza, so he can get blown up. But I'd either send him to Turkey or China. Maybe China would be better. He'd probably just get arrested and just put in a gulag or something for like complaining and whining like an asshole. Like since he's saying he loves China so much, send him to China. He'd probably just end up in a fucking Chinese prison camp and getting tortured.
Okay, well now we have to investigate what's actually going on here. You know? How is everything Israel? I don't know, man. It's not my damn fault. The New York Times said Morocco did it, but did they say Israel told them to? No, they didn't. But Israel took ownership over it. So,
no, they didn't.
I'm skeptical that Israel and the U.S. got Morocco to do it. It seems like something Morocco did on its own. Really. Morocco has done this in the past, never to this degree. And not only that, but also they were doing it while American envoys were there. They were doing it after the American government literally signaled that they want Morocco to do it. Come on.
When's the During Rider stream? Are you going to ask him about life in China? Maybe. We can talk about life in China. I'm not sure yet. We have to schedule something. Thanks, 21st.
On, dude. Israel also posted about it. Like Israeli
No, I'm not bisexual.
Envoys posted about it. Really? That's a stretch? Are we doing that? That's a stretch. We're doing that. Like, this isn't like Israel killed Charlie Kirk. That's a fucking ridiculous conspiracy.
Okay, so he's literally making up horse shit without evidence and blaming Israel. What a surprise.
Fucking dying, man. This guy's such a character. He's amazing. Sort by newest. Hey, where's the fucking where's our numbers here? Where did Spider's comment go? Did he post that recently? Or is it gone? Is it gone? No monetization. They're fucking what a clown, man. Fooled. When I checked, I can't. Yours isn't showing up. He's on it. He's on it right now. That's not good. We can't allow this behavior. This is a subversion of the truth. Why would he delete that? Why no response? Where's the snarky response, motherfucker? Hey, Dave, where's the response? Tell me I'm a moron. I didn't watch your video. Oh, is it because you realized that you were caught the fuck out? Okay. Or maybe he's in approved comments. Maybe it's just got Al-Qassam in it. I need to match his alpha energy. Shit. This isn't a repeat comment, though. I only did it once. What did you do?
Install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No. Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award...
They did get jail time, but then they were pardoned by Trump. They did get jail time from obviously from the normal people.
them billions of dollars of taxpayer money for damages. What serves the state is good and heroic, no matter how obvious...
Again, like, none of this has anything to do with Israel. I don't even know why the fuck he put this in his video.
Terroristic in nature, and whatever 7 officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide
Which
are
is
linked
why we vote third party, because we want to keep the Capitol guys in jail, right?
to political violence.
We want to keep the January 6th guys in jail. Teeny tiny Tony, the low energy spider. Would you be open to talking to people who have disagreements with your video? Debate destiny, dodging is cowardly. Hey. The calendar in that hospital literally had October 7th marked as Al-Aqsa flood. Care to explain? Homie has deleted over 3,600 comments and counting. Uh-oh. Where's his comment? How long has it been since he replied? He liked this one 43 minutes ago. Wait, has he, but he was replying to stuff 20 minutes ago. Is he replying to comments and then deleting them? Why? Is he not proud of the replying? Is he realizing he looks fucking
hilarious.
mental? It wasn't 20 minutes since I looked at that, was it? An hour? You're a fucking... Oh, the
Dude, this guy is just fucking going unhinged. So he's replying to comments with like stupid replies and then deleting the comment.
replies can come, okay, different, okay, I see. All the, fuck off. Stop.
Which just means a legal way to target
Don't say anything if it's not fucking valuable. What is this? You are useless to me. You are trash. What the fuck? Dude, what are you doing in jokes on his comment section? You guys are you're so fucking autistic. Why do you think it's funny to go to someone else's comment section to go, so, what's your thoughts on Israel, Spider? Like, what?
Profit organizations.
I need to ban you. Who the fuck was that? Dongus. Okay, you're out. We're only as strong as our weakest link, okay? People who embarrass the... I hope you understand that as the world watches us, the most persecuted people...
Goddamn fever dream.
Yeah, Spider. Spider.
I don't do the what's your thoughts on... that's some bullshit. That's some slander, all right? That's some bullshit.
They got whacked with a hammer. Is this the right one? It was that Charlotte Head person, wasn't it? Her name was Charlotte Head, wasn't it? Other sentencing remarks. Okay. So we saw the video. The guy swings his hammer, gets pepper sprayed, and then he goes and swings his hammer at the other person who's trying to arrest one of these activists. It's quite clearly broadcast. Is it here?
I deleted it.
Dodo, let me see. Just so you know, Republicans are going to lose their mind if this guy becomes mayor. Alexei Guenoulis unveils a plan to bring universal pre-K to Chicago as its next mayor. Yeah, that's low on the fucking list of what Chicago needs. Very low. The current mayor of Chicago, isn't he the guy who like wanted to defund the police and everything and crime like fucking increased? So I don't know why they're not just focusing on reducing fucking crime and just increasing the fucking police force and shit like that, but yeah, let's just throw away money to broke ass fucking retards who can't properly take care of their fucking kids. It's just so stupid.
Trump is royally fucking this country. In the long run he will end up turning everyone into a pacifist if he cannot get a clear victory in the Iran war, and that will have repercussions for decades.
I don't know. I don't think so. Like, yeah, there have been a number of Americans that lost their lives, but it's not really in direct combat. It's just because a bunch of these bases weren't properly protected. Otherwise, there's not really any death threat, like direct threats to America or many service members. Other than, like, again, a lot of those bases are just not properly protected. What's the death count at now? Like 12 or something? I don't know what people are really thinking about it. It doesn't seem like many people are freaking out about, like, oh, like, you know, the Iraq war where so many American soldiers lost their lives and have PTSD and all this shit. Like, it's not that kind of situation. So I don't think it would be that bad. Thanks, though, Dodo. Ken Paxton said the Uvalde shooting was part of a plan by God. 21 elementary school children and teachers were murdered in the shooting. Well, okay, your God doesn't sound like that good of a person. There was Iran cyber attacks on water plants of 7 states and Trump's denying it. What the fuck? Yeah.
Professor Dave made thousands of dollars off that video from retards donating. Lying on behalf of a 40% incest country with a terrorist government who produce nothing valuable will apparently get you a lot of money and virtue signal points.
Yeah, that's why they do it. It's all about grifting. So yeah. Thanks, Gold Injector.
Can you rule out that Iran is behind the water attacks? Can you rule out that Iran is behind that cyber attack? You don't think so?
Minnesota.
I don't think there was an Iranian.
He is accusing the governor of Minnesota behind the attacks on the water plants.
Cyber attack. I think that Minnesota ought to get its act together. It's one of the worst run states. JD will tell you.
Okay. Well, you know, it's Trump. He's a retard.
Boss. Have some McDonald's as an olive branch.
Thank you so much for the $10. Dongus, I appreciate it. It's okay. I accept your apology, but do better. Be better. Let me see. Samuel Corner. Okay. Now, Novara and a bunch of like lefty channels, Owen Jones and shit, were trying to say that this guy was like let off effectively because he was
Him saying future politicians, both Republican and Democrat, and also the voters will be less inclined to favor military action in the future because Trump bungled this conflict and did not score a victory, and with all the problems with the Strait of Hormuz.
We'll see. I wanted to react to a video by Ryan Macbeth on the whole Iran thing. They were just going to do a strike this weekend and they called it off. Some people were saying it's because there's huge protests going on in Iran right now. I'm not sure, but I'm going to react to the Ryan Macbeth video. We'll see how things go. He made a lot of mistakes and said a lot of stupid shit, but it's looking like there could be a collapse of the IRGC within the next year, so we'll see. Thanks though, Dodo.
Seriously, how could anyone worship a god that would plan a school shooting?
Yeah, that's a good question. Christians aren't too smart. Thanks though, Dodo.
convicted of inflicting grievous bodily harm, but without intent. So I didn't know this, but people were trying to take that without intent part to make it seem like he just got pepper sprayed and then kind of swung his hammer around in the confusion and happened to hit someone. That's not what happened. That's not even what the sentencing said. The sentencing said,
the casualty count in the Iran war for the US is 18 killed and 624 wounded, and with no clear end in sight. Let's be honest right now, if this continues for years and ends without victory, then Americans will sour on military intervention. They already are.
Well, isn't that also including the accidental plane crashes, like the refueling crash? So I think it's like about a dozen that actually got attacked by Iran. Still, like, that's not very many, and from what I'm seeing, like, there's not that many people complaining about dead service members, so I don't see it becoming something like Iraq, where just because of the amount of you know, just the amount of dead American soldiers and like people who came back with severe wounds, PTSD. I don't see it being something like that. Thanks though, Dodo.
Where was it? Samuel Corner, you also committed an offense of inflicting grievous bodily harm. The statutory maximum sentence is 5 years imprisonment. You bore high culpability for the offense. The victim, Police Sergeant Evans, was, in the circumstances, obviously vulnerable because she was on her knees, facing away from you, trying to arrest a co-defendant. You used a sledgehammer. It weighed 3.2 kilograms, and you swung it from full height down to Sergeant Evans on the ground. You agree that it is obvious that if you hit a person with a sledgehammer, it is capable of causing really serious injury, including breaking bones. I am sure that it was, in the way that it was used, something that at least approached being a highly dangerous weapon. There was a degree of persistence in that you swung the sledgehammer twice, having previously swung it at another officer. I do not accept that this was, in any realistic sense, an attempt to use force in the lawful defense of another, or that, as you said at the time, you were protecting a co-defendant. Sergeant Evans was not using any unnecessary or unlawful force. You had heard screaming, and your vision may well have been obscured, but you had no reason to believe that it was necessary to attack Sergeant Evans. You swung your sledgehammer at her just as you had swung it at PC Buxton and at the security guard with no justification. You ask fucking Novara people and all this shit, they'll say that he just swung his weapon once in the confusion of being pepper.
Yeah, Zier's run. I don't have an interest in answering stupid fucking questions and wasting my time with your horse shit. So, like, how about you just not spam the same question over and over again? If I'm not answering you, there's a fucking reason.
Sprayed and was let off because he had no intent. It's fucking crazy. Intent, obviously, here meaning like whether it was the intent, as in mens rea, premeditated, grievous bodily harm, or was it reckless disregard for the circumstances or for the outcomes, right? Fuck me. Like here, you did not intend to cause really serious injury, but you must have known it was highly likely that she would suffer serious injury. After all, she did suffer really serious injury. She sustained multiple fractures to her vertebrae. The injuries have had a substantial and long-term effect on her ability to carry out her normal day-to-day activities and on her ability to work. Almost 2 years later, she has still not been able to return to full operational duties. She has not been able to sustain a role as sergeant and is unable to work overtime, so she has lost significant earnings. She still experiences disturbed sleep, often waking in a panicked state or after distressing dreams. There has been an effect on her parents and her children who now fear for her safety. The injuries do not fall within the highest category of harm, which involve threat to life or need a lifelong dependency on others. But they do fall within category 2. It's just, did they not talk about someone's autism here as well? Who was that? Oh, yeah, it was for Corner. He was autistic. In the light of the British fucking system is so kind to these people. In the light of your autism, the noise and smell in the factory may well have been overwhelming, and that may have impaired your ability to exercise appropriate judgment, or make rational choices, or to understand the nature and consequences of their actions. They may explain why the jury were not so sure that you intended to cause really serious injury.
This is the UK. They're basically letting somebody off with attacking a police officer with a fucking hammer because autism. Like, there's a reason why crime rates in the UK just keep climbing. They love crime. It's the fucking liberals.
Jury. If so, your autism has already been taken into account in very significantly reducing your culpability. But your autism does not begin to explain why you chose to swing a sledgehammer at a police officer. I do not accept your counsel's suggestion that an element of autistic meltdown led to the assault. This was not an explanation that you gave in evidence. Your explanation was that you were acting in the defense of a co-defendant, but that explanation was rejected by the jury. There is no medical evidence to support your counsel's suggestion that autism can explain a decision to swing a sledgehammer at a police officer. I do not accept that your culpability for this offense is reduced by reason of your autism or by your attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. In case anyone's got any ideas, they've responded to you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if I go nuts and commit a shooting, I should just say it's my ADHD. Like, this is serious?
Did he? Hey, Dave, there's a Zionist stream. Oh, God. Ahaha. Oh, there you are. Were you trying to imply that the Israeli state is like the Empire in Star Wars because they may also have access to a massive space laser, aka Death Star, in their Zionist arsenal? Cheers from Alderaan. Yes. Careful, man. A guy called Lornerbox is sending... I'm not sending you guys to comment in here. Fuck off. If any of you comment, it's on your own free will. And I've actually told some of you to not comment because you're embarrassing me. I remember one time at an Arby's in Glasgow, I was noshing on a beef and cheddar, and Lorner sat down at my table. I was taken aback and didn't really believe my eyes for a second. Like, I legit thought I was going crazy, and he just locked in on a stare, pupils dilated almost out to his scleras, lifted the top bun of my BB&C, plucked some beard hairs, which clearly hurt. I saw his eye water, and sprinkled them on my meat, and gently replaced the top bun. He then muttered something about snarfer. I think he meant snarf, and how he's a reborn Thundercat and just dipped. It was insane. You should make a whole video about Lornerbox. That guy is insane. That's from one of my chatters. Nice one. I think it's reasonable to post Lornerbox inside jokes in other people's comment sections. Shut it, load up. Fuck me. What a state.
The boogeyman, the hyperinflated threat that justifies ruining countless lives, an embodiment of the toxicity attacked the USS Liberty in nearby waters and killed 34 Americans. They thought it was an Egyptian warship, of course, you know, since those usually fly American flags. This was an attempt at precisely this type of false flag operation. Sink an American ship, blame it on Egypt, and lure America into war
on the comment about Hamas on the West Bank. No, he did. Yeah, mine's gone as well. It's fucked. Cooked.
Their behalf. Benny knew he fucked up by saying the quiet part out loud, so he edited the tweet to seem less obvious, but it was too late. The internet never forgets. Anyone who thinks that Israel would only massacre Arabs and never white people clearly isn't paying attention. Look at what they did.
That's true. The internet never forgets, do they? They never forget 4,140 detected deletions.
Yeah, we'll probably fuck around a little bit with Battletoads.
Very recently to the...
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I wanted to verify my install BeamMG. For whatever reason, I can't load traffic. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't loading traffic.
The European aid flotillas. Hundreds of European activists were detained, beaten, tortured, and raped. Israel did it proudly and brazenly with full knowledge that there would be no consequences for them. And if serious consequences ever did befall Israel, they can always resort to the Samson option. This is Israel's military strategy of massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if the country is facing imminent destruction and existential collapse. Basically, if
Dude, the Samson story and the Bible is so fucking retarded.
Israeli officials think everything has gone irreparably south for them and they are about to be destroyed by literally anyone, they will just nuke everybody. Israel refuses to confirm or deny having nukes, and they refuse to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means they aren't obligated to be inspected for nukes, which means they absolutely have nukes. Meanwhile, over here in America, every effort is being enacted to ensure that nothing can slow Israel down in its quest to destroy everything. Anything deemed a threat to unchecked belligerence and imperialism must be eliminated. The International Criminal Court regularly calls out the war crimes of both Israel and the United States. So Trump and Bibi, along with thirsty Marco Rubio, are trying to dismantle the ICC entirely. The ICC makes
Why vote third party? Yes.
Of American war crimes in
Jill Stein would
Afghanistan,
never.
the Caribbean, Venezuela, and of course literally everything Israel does, so they are deemed a radical threat to democracy. Here's Marco whining about American sovereignty just because someone dares push back on Western barbarism and crimes against humanity. Basic accountability is tyranny to the gaslighters who don't want to stop bombing and murdering and seizing land. Marco and Bibi do look cute together though, don't they? And of course, any country reliant on U.S. assistance that does not go along with the campaign to destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration dismantling absolutely any institution which serves the global citizenry at the behest of a...
No fucking stop. This is like, there's a point, like, you can be fucking funny and have your say in free speech and all that shit, but where did they get deleted? They did get deleted. Don't do this. This is not fucking funny. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna get... Do not endorse, okay? I'm not getting my fucking channel destroyed because of this fucking mutant. Like, Jesus.
Twisted oligarchy. Want to pollute more? Destroy the EPA. Want to poison more? Destroy the FDA. Want to do more war
Why is he complaining about this in a video about Israel?
crimes? Destroy the ICC. It's a trend, and it's one, and they are doing everything they can to secure authoritarian control before this term is over, and they lose their chance to clamp down. These monsters will not stop until they get the techno-theocratic dystopia they're lusting for. Orwellian surveillance with flock...
The new Resident Evil movie looks good. I wasn't so sure about it when the first trailer dropped, but the new trailer... I get kind of more what they're going with the movie, so it'll likely be good.
Cameras on every corner to track every citizen and everything they do. ICE thugs terrorizing every neighborhood. Digital IDs required to access any website. The prison...
Who blamed American imperialism for the situation in Ukraine in 2014. Remember that? Remember that? That was crazy. She went to fucking Red Square to meet some RT people and said, yeah, the real problem after Crimea has just been annexed, it's American imperialism, babe.
No, not looking forward to GTA 6. The game's probably going to be garbage, just like GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar is just making games that are way too easy for filthy fucking casuals, and it's just, their games have been loaded with just slow, boring, stupid fucking missions. Like a good 70% of missions in Red Dead Redemption 2 were you literally doing nothing. Like, you didn't get to shoot or kill anybody. It's literally just riding a fucking horse from one end of the map to the other, and then bunch of talking, you do something stupid, you carry a fucking wagon somewhere. Like, it was just such nonsense. And GTA 5 had the same problem. Drive for 30 minutes to one end of the map, pick up a car, put the car in this location, drive somewhere else, take photos, then get another car, drive it somewhere else. Like, GTA 5 was such fucking garbage. And again, when you did get to shoot anybody, it was just so fucking easy. I never failed a single mission in that game or even came close to it. Like, these games are literally for fucking toddlers at this point.
Subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods. They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists, according to the state. Israel has their hands in absolutely all of this. All of it. There is not a single...
Yes, Israel's going to send drones to your house if you make a post that Israel doesn't like.
Nook or cranny of any of this shit.
This guy's just
it's
totally
so fucking crazy.
unhinged.
I'll source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively committing genocide like 100% without a doubt.
Since the Nazis, so more than Rwanda, more than former Yugoslavia, more than fucking all the conflicts with fucking Pakistan and India, more than the Syrian civil war, more than Hezbollah, more than the Houthis,
more than Yemen. Yeah.
More than the fucking IRGC. It just fucking. Whoa, more than Russia. Okay. More than Khmer Rouge. I can't even.
Anyone who.
What a fucking retard. Like, it's insane. He's saying since World War II, when Mao took over, he killed, what, at least 40 million people? Like, that's the low-end estimate. And then he's saying Israel's killing more people than anybody since the Nazis since World War II. Like, it's just so fucking retarded.
Says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and.
Okay, that's a pretty good summary, isn't it? What was coming back to the square one? What's the goal of that whole thesis? What the fuck? Oh, I was on Darius' stream and it moved to Destiny. Oh, as far back as 2,000 years, right? Some of them just go back like a few generations. Is he doing the argument that 23andMe proves that Israelis are all white and shit? But even then, it only accounts for half of them.
And yet these man-children made such a fuss over GTA 5 being banned in Australia by SJWs because you get to hurt woman.
Yeah, Australia is just gay in general. Mortal Kombat is banned in Australia. Gears of War is banned in Australia. Australia is just fucking gay. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Of them. He does the Khazar theory. Okay. Well, that's quite batshit. What can you do? What the fuck? What does that have to do? What does that have to do with helping Palestinians to say that shit? But okay, I'm entertained. I enjoyed myself. You should watch how he describes your Israel trip. You should leave a comment. I did leave a comment. He deleted it. What are you going to do? He's a coward. He's a wretch.
It is common.
A hideous wretch. A scumbag. A bag of every civilian a soldier, right? That's crazy. Who does that?
Of Israeli officials and media.
So even here, this is one where we're basically fucking getting harassed by a settler and kind of blocked by the IDF as well. This is where we are in Kfar Qasim, which is a Palestinian town in Israel.
Personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip.
Clearly.
Here he is with Elon Lev. So basically, Hamas sophisticated Hamas propaganda is part of an he is with Yishai as a political advisor to Begay Nakba, which is the 2-on-2 debate with bullshit and former Israeli Balin, former Beffer, director of religious.
Yossi Balin is too fucking Israeli for this guy. That's fucking crazy, man. Yossi Balin, who still keeps regular contact with PLO officials, who still pushes the peace process, who still keeps in touch. He's still friendly with the likes of Hanan Ashrawi and people who were part of the Washington delegation way back even before the Oslo Accords. And actually, he was the one who was spearheaded that. He was the one who was talking to PLO officials even when the Israeli government was saying not to. It was actually his creativity and his fucking bravery, like that actually.
You don't need a prescription for nicotine in Australia. I just went into a pharmacy and just bought nicotine gum. It's just on the shelf.
And his defiance that actually got the Oslo Accords potentially started. They might not have started otherwise.
Services of Israel. Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician, and Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide.
Huge critic of Bibi as well, by the way.
Denier. Yosef Haddad, genocide propagandist.
Hey.
That's not even the full lineup. He has long played
Mustafa Barghouti, people in the West Bank, any of that?
With way more content, which beyond interviews.
Palestinian NGO workers or Palestinian charity workers in the West Bank, any of that? Hamas supporters in the West Bank, any of that? Palestinians who had their fucking family members killed by settlers, any of that? No.
Includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home.
Whose idea was that, you fucking retard? It was his. It was Nabil's idea. I said, oh yeah, where did this happen? And he said, come here, we'll do it. Are you fucking serious? What a scumbag. Actual scum of the earth. He's watching the video here, right? It's on video. Hang on. What day? Oh, it's here. Jacob. Settler Jacob.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I see the fence was going and had grown over the roof.
So he's showing us what this fat fuck from Long Island has done to his property by living in half of the house because of some stupid fucking land document that was purchased by a Jewish group in like the 1800s. Logical.
Jacob,
we tried to get him out of the house, but he wasn't there or he didn't answer. Jacob? I tried using a bigger name to get his attention. It's Hassan from YouTube. Didn't work.
Usually there's a
no.
He cleansed all the pals from your footage. YouTube refuses to allow certain phrases in super chats, apparently, just FYI.
Yeah, I know that. Thank you. Thanks for the $10 though. I appreciate that.
What's this for? What's this say?
Congratulations.
This is my name.
Were you protected by private agents there or only by the IDF? It's strange to trust a place like that from the outside unless they paid you and gave you a 100% guarantee. Yeah, it is strange unless you are, and this is, what other people pretend to be. But actually what I am is I am a courageous, heavily persecuted, demonetized, very good looking truth seeker. And I was willing to take the risk to go into the West Bank to learn things and speak to people, even if we didn't have security guarantees. Yeah, I remember someone saying that, yeah, if you go to the West Bank, you should go in a bulletproof car. And we're like, literally fucking Corey just hired a random ass shitty car. Like, and we just went in. Okay, and we were trying to we almost went to Nablus had we not been stopped by that deranged fucking settler with a gun. Yes. But no, there was no security in that part. So when we were literally getting chased down and blocked and our passports taken from us by a settler fucking warlord who went on to get sanctioned by the Biden government, we had no one protecting us. He had a gun and we were just there, in God's hands, and we survived, okay? Or in the hands of God's chosen people, apparently.
My wife's name, when we returned from the Hajj. Okay. Last year we went to the pilgrimage.
Okay. Cool. Where's this? Where was he starting?
This is airport.
No, but where?
Here, come to show you.
Look at, wait, really? Oh, it was his idea to show us where the thing happened. Okay, where the viral clip happened.
So Dave lied about the entire context.
Oh, I'm gonna stand here. That's crazy. You dishonest piece of shit, Dave. Can you link in can you link this in a YouTube comment? Can you link a YouTube video in a comment? I don't know if you can. The record review with Nabil Al-Kurd. As the timestamp shows, it was clearly, I'm matching the energy now, Nabil's idea to recreate the viral clip. You can't find my other comment already. Yep, you're going to want to delete the user info from the timestamp. What do you mean user info? What? Just this, isn't it?
Stand here.
It turns out oppressed people also have a sense of humor sometimes. Okay.
Palling around with iOS.
We had no choice. We were detained, motherfucker. Because he's obviously watched the video. He's grabbed these clips from the videos.
Terrorists, and even reenacting the stealing
Might
of
as well tweet it at him.
Palestinian
Absolute coward.
We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbro.
No, we won't. We'll just choose our favorite bits.
You can win against conspiracy
Oh, fuck. God forbid we dive in. Newest. I got 22 likes. We're on fire. What the fuck? All right. Okay. Yeah, you can see he's watched these. Yeah, look at that. The fuck. The second one.
For a field trip. Destiny was...
Well, it has 69 likes, but it's serious. Go. Is this chronological, though? Maybe this doesn't update as quickly because this is a different site, right?
4,145 detected deletions. Holy fucking crap. 728 creator comments. 564 threads with creator activity. This guy needs to get a fucking life. Like, just complete fucking loser.
Only deleted? Oh, there goes Rocky. That's one of ours. There's Rocky again. Man, Rocky's getting annihilated here. He must be banned, right? The fuck happened to my... that's so it's not going to get any more... He's killed it in the crib. He sucks though, eh? Targeted coordination to slide the comments. He should delete your comment. Least obvious Israeli Hasbro operation to fake info. I'm just watching this on fucking stream, you idiot. Jesus. Banned for anti-Semitism.
Jeez. Yeah, Professor Dave's a fucking idiot. Will I visit Vince Scooter? I'm not planning to.
Retired Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army Darren Gaub, along with open source intelligence analyst Ryan Macbeth. Darren, I want to get right into it. The president is canceling the planned strikes on Iran, saying Iran and other Middle East countries asked him to hold off in the interest of making a deal. What changed, do you think, between the planning of the strikes and now canceling them again?
Well, I don't think much changed. Unfortunately, what you're reading is the same chapter in the same playbook that Iran has had for decades, and they're always going to push this right up to the edge where they think something's going to happen, and they'll say, "Oh wait, no, we want to make a deal now." Then they'll drag that out a little bit further, and ultimately they'll break the deal if they even sign anything in the first place, and then they've again gained time to gain some advantage, and ultimately seek to influence our midterm elections, seek to influence their own ability to rebuild whatever capacity they have militarily and keep after the same goals. So it's unfortunate when I've personally lived inside this playbook for decades. I'm very, very familiar with it, and this is more of the same. It would be nice if it did work. I would love to see this end and have the Iranian people somehow become free again from their dictators. But unfortunately, every time I see this, all I see is the exact same thing happening that they've always wanted and they've always planned on.
Yeah, Ryan, Iran has never been fair negotiators. They never stick to what they say. So why at this point is Trump backtracking, putting a pause on the strikes and trying to move forward in what hopes to be a positive direction, with everybody knowing in the background there's a very good chance that this does not follow through in the direction is intended?
Well, if it won't likely follow through in the direction intended, then logically we already know that. We've seen this happen, I believe, 3 or 4 times now. And this could just be a way for the president to buy some time to perform maintenance on aircraft, maintenance on naval ships. Just recently, there was a notification that, hey, we need another destroyer nearby Israel to help cover Israel from incoming ballistic missiles. This buys time for America to perform maintenance on their aircraft, on their ships, give people some rest, because we know probably around Wednesday or Thursday, Iran is going to try this again, and we could have a very large strike package ready.
Ryan, it's Johnny T. You and I were in Israel last year right around this time together. We saw some of this stuff firsthand. But you're, in my view, one of the best in the business at understanding munitions, stockpiles, where we really have. Do you think this is more us needing a little time to reload, repair, or is it them buying time?
So Iran, of course, they're buying time, but the difference between the United States and Iran when it comes to munitions is that we have more munitions. I know people have said, oh, we're running out of munitions. We have munitions. We just need to get them from the U.S. to row to Spain, put them in the VLS tubes on destroyers, get that destroyer back over to Israel. So this gives Iran a little bit of a breather, absolutely, but it's going to be a lot harder for them to rearm than it will for us to rearm. And also, roughly 1/3 of all aircraft are down for maintenance at any given time.
Got it.
So having that 3-day pause, that really helps with getting those maintainers back up and running.
Yeah, hopefully they strike Iran again soon. We'll see.
Show you something very unusual that's happening in America's military campaign against the drug cartels. Because when you map out where these operations are taking place, a pattern starts to appear. They're happening in countries that contain valuable deposits of strategic minerals like copper and gold, which are resources that American defense companies and new AI data centers depend on. But there's just one problem. The cartel already controls much of the mining territory in these countries like Venezuela and Ecuador. They extort workers, and in many cases, they even fully operate the mines themselves. And so I think that raises a much larger question. Is the United States really fighting the drug trade, or is this part of a much larger competition to secure the minerals that China currently dominates? And the first sign of this was on March 28, 2026, when a car bomb exploded in broad daylight, killing the Sinaloa cartel boss Francisco Beltran and his driver, putting an end to a decades-long run of kidnappings and countless murders across North America. But immediately the hit didn't make any sense at all, because the attack took place in one of Mexico's most safe urban centers, which was a rarity. Sicario hitmen normally stick to easier prey located in less patrolled areas to draw less heat on themselves, and remote detonated car bombs are a more sophisticated method than your average Sicario grunt usually knows how to operate without blowing himself up. It got even way more strange from there, though. The rumors started swirling that the explosion was actually orchestrated by the CIA's Special Activities Center, specifically the elite within the elite unit known as Ground Branch. Then multiple sources within the Mexican government itself confirmed the information. According to Mexico's State Attorney General's office, the American Ground Branch operatives gained access to the cartel boss Beltran's vehicle, planted an explosive device, and detonated it remotely as the car drove down the highway. U.S. aid has apparently been rebooted as U.S. kill, and they were only ramping up the bombings because that was the fourth one targeting a Sinaloa boss in 2026 alone, compared to just one bombing in all of 2022. The mystery only seemed to deepen from there, though, because of the complete and total radio silence from Mexican law enforcement. But why is Washington, D.C. devoting millions of dollars of resources to killing mid-level criminals and then denying their involvement? Ground Branch has always been reserved for America's highest priority national security threats, but over the past year, something strange has been happening across Latin America. The United States and its allies have started treating the cartels like hostile forces, standing in the way of something much bigger than just drugs. It turns out that American companies are now pouring and preparing to pour billions of dollars into mining, energy, and manufacturing projects across Latin America, unlike anything we've seen in recent history. Hundreds of billions of dollars. The goal of these projects is to create interior production lines to compete against the Chinese government and to decouple from the Chinese government. It's Belt and Road Initiative at home. But if Washington, D.C. wants these investments to succeed and wants to strengthen their position against China, first, they have to wipe out and go through the cartels to do it. War is a racket. The allegations went mainstream when CNN reported that the CIA was also behind a string of even more lethal attacks inside Mexico over the past year. U.S. and Mexican officials later, of course, denied the leaks, but that's exactly what you would expect from a black ops of this.
Oh, yeah, I've seen a ton of people saying the U.S. has run out of munitions because of the strikes in Iran. Like, they're just fucking brain dead. When has the U.S. ever not had enough bombs? Like, how long did the Afghan war go on for? How long did the Iraq war go on for? How long did Vietnam go on for? Like, I mean, if the U.S. is good at anything, it's making sure there's enough fucking bombs. Give me a second. All right.
The scale. A former CIA paramilitary officer who used to do this sort of thing himself told journalists, quote, "They definitely wanted this incident to create the question in everyone's mind, who did this?" So the American intelligence operatives were sending a message to the cartel that they were being hunted. The car bomb message didn't even need to be translated into Spanish. The missions are deemed so important that the U.S. covert operations are taking on a very unusually high level of risk to conduct them. In April, 2 CIA officers were on a joint raid to knock out a network of remote drug labs in the north of Mexico. In the official version of the story, the CIA vehicle fell off a narrow road in the mountains, and officials briefed on the campaign shared the following observation with CNN. Quote, "The lethality of their operation has been seriously ramped up. It's a significant expansion of the kind of thing that the CIA has been willing to do inside Mexico." End quote. So these are confirmed cases of CIA operatives working on these hits inside Mexico. It's very unusual what we're seeing. But the reason this is happening is because in large parts of Mexico, the cartel has evolved into something much closer to a parallel government, extracting billions of dollars from legitimate businesses that have absolutely nothing to do with narcotics. They steal billions of dollars in fuel directly from government pipelines. They hijack freight trucks carrying automobile and electronic components. They extort avocado growers and even manufacturers supplying the United States. In some regions, the way it works is that every truck, every supply truck that moves, every shipment that crosses the highway and border, every business that opens its doors has to pay a cartel tax. Organized crime has discovered the basically Netflix subscription business model, and they like it. But the reason this matters is because Mexico is America's largest trading partner. Every day, roughly $2 billion worth of goods crosses the Mexico border, and you can't have all of that getting a cut skimmed off the top. You can't have foreign investment in Mexico when the cartel is intimidating through violence. The cartel has graduated to becoming a liability to international trade. They've gone from having a 3-star wanted level to a 4-star wanted level with the government after them. The reason for this is because if criminal organizations can dictate who moves goods through northern Mexico, they threaten supply chains that American factories and defense contractors depend on. God help anyone who gets in the way of Lockheed Martin's supply chain. The United States is attempting to lock down its interior lines of production as it moves to remove its dependence on China for manufacturing and production. But to do this, we are observing Ground Branch in real time right now as they run one of the most shockingly brazen targeted killing campaigns in history. The US already shut down the border and lowered the amount of illicit drugs coming into the country, and Mexico's federal government swears up and down that they'd never authorized any covert operations against the Sinaloa cartel and their drug labs, but they just might look the other way while people in the intelligence community in America do bad things to bad people. You start to see the counter-narcotics mission is just one piece of the puzzle in this larger strategic competition. It may have more to do with mineral rights and mining across Latin America, because until now, China has kept a stranglehold on supply by deliberately underbidding every other buyer, and the PRC controls 70% of the world's rare earth extraction operations and up to 90% of its processing. What all that means is that it's created a strategic bottleneck in the supply chain that the United States is seeking to remedy. Roughly a quarter of the world's remaining rare earth reserves are in, you guessed it, Latin America, totaling as much as 30 million tons. This is part of the reason why China and the United States are suddenly focusing on the Western Hemisphere so much. And the evidence for this is on full display in something that's happening in Venezuela right now. The leader of the Tren de Aragua gang was hanging out at his safe house in the southern Bolivar region of Venezuela. Guillermo Flores, he's the founder of the notorious gang, and he had always escaped the law under Maduro. His criminal organization, 1,000 Strong, was used by Maduro kind of as a mercenary force, similar to Russia's Wagner or America's Blackwater. They assassinated political dissidents in other countries and racked in drug money for his administration, all under a veil of plausible deniability. Tren de Aragua caused chaos for America to Colombia. Ever since the Biden administration, Guillermo had a $5 million bounty on his head. But on June 12, 2026, Guillermo's protection from Maduro was gone. And according to now released reports, American CIA had spent the last few months
We're gonna practice some Battletoads and then probably play some racing games.
coordinating with the new Venezuelan leadership and government to hunt him.
Let me see if there's anything found. Yeah, one file failed to validate. I don't know if that was the reason the traffic wouldn't load in BeamNG.
Down. They embedded themselves in Bolivar and started asking questions. They began narrowing down suspicious activity, and at that point, they sent in drones to collect where the drug labs were located. For weeks beforehand, they engaged in low-level fighting on the ground, pushing up to the location. American intelligence officers pinpointed the exact building where Guillermo Flores was sheltering, and they relayed the coordinates to an orbiting aircraft. The Venezuelan special forces then moved in on the ground, and according to their Ministry of Defense, they engaged in a firefight with the gang members on the ground. Then, U.S. forces called in a targeted strike on the exact building where Flores was hiding. We can only guess as to which OnlyFans model was used to track them down.
We're gonna probably play BeamNG Assetto Corsa. I want to try out some of the new cars in Assetto Corsa.
Down. The entire building was demolished by the airstrike, eliminating the crime boss. Southcom announced that they had successfully killed the crime leader, putting an end to his decades-long run from authorities. The mission was shocking at first, because it showed how buddy-buddy and friendly the new Venezuelan leadership was with the United States and the United States military. The fact that the new administration actually permitted U.S. forces in their airspace and then cooperated with them in a lethal strike mission is a massive tectonic shift in U.S.-Venezuelan relations compared to just 6 months ago. But why would killing a criminal like Guillermo matter so much? We're talking about a months-long, multi-million-dollar operation here that we just described that was devoted to this criminal. Because when you look deeper, you learn that many of the illegal mines in Venezuela's Bolivar state was actually run by Tren de Aragua, was run by Guillermo. And take a look at Las Claritas. It's where the American covert operation was located. The US and Canadian companies Gold Reserve and Crystal X have been waiting at the chance to develop Las Claritas, worth literal hundreds of billions of dollars. It's also interesting to note that the strike against the Tren de Aragua leader comes at almost the exact same time that the Venezuelan government announced that it had its own operation against illegal miners in the region. Coincidence? Southern Bolivar State is part of the Orinco mining arc. It's extremely rich in gold, copper, nickel, and other minerals that are in extremely high demand in the tech industries. Some estimates place the value of the gold deposits in the area at over $200 billion. But despite the vast mineral wealth in these mountains here, economic sanctions, poor investment, and the worst kind of government economic policies meant that Venezuela's mining industry up until now had done terribly. And that just opened the door up for illegal mining operations to set up shop in this remote region. These criminal organizations act as a parasite on the resources. resources. They're a cancer on the whole industry to the country. Gold grabs the headlines here, but it's actually the copper in Venezuela that's more valuable, because it's used to build all those AI data centers that the world is racing to create right now. This insatiable industry demand requires enormous quantities of raw materials. It's impossible to mine for them if a criminal organization is standing between you and your copper. Back in my day, we just killed each other over oil like adults. What changed here was beginning in early April, the new Venezuelan government passed new mining regulations that changed everything massively. They were aimed at bringing in new foreign mining investment from overseas, and the country best positioned to do that is American firms. What's really interesting, if you look at it, a major requirement from this new law was security guarantees for these foreign companies. That sounds like paperwork and bureaucracy, but what it all means is basically you don't want to go work and mine somewhere if you think you might end up kidnapped or hanged or worse. So in order to guarantee security, it means kicking all these illegal miners off the land. It means killing Guerrero and all of Tren de Aragua, who are blocking economic development here. The new Venezuelan government has kept the details of its operation, its military operations in the Bolivar state secret, but residents told the press agency Reuters that they heard drones overhead, constant gunfire, and explosions in the days leading up to the strike that took out Guerrero Flores. One resident said, "Bombs and gunfire could be heard in the jungle. There are mines in those areas. This is bad. You can't go out." U.S. black ops in Venezuela have been systematically clearing the way for strategic interests under the guise of simple counter-narcotics missions, I think. The U.S. military action across Latin America appears to be paving the way for these economic deals. De Garcia, a former politician from Bolivar State, thinks it's all too convenient that the U.S. and Venezuelan militaries are suddenly cooperating in his home state. He said, "I suspect the origins of this latest operation is that the United States wants the area cleared for gold reserve and Crystal X so that they can regain control of the region." When I was uncovering all of this, I was reminded of one of my favorite quotes by famous U.S. Marine Smedley Butler, who said, "War is a racket. It always has been. It is possibly the oldest, easily the most profitable, surely the most vicious. It is the only one international in scope. It's the only one in which the profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives." But this just scratches the surface of this new strategy across Latin America. Where else are we seeing evidence of this pattern? In Ecuador, bombs slam into a remote farming village, obliterating several buildings. American special forces have been tracking their movements on the ground for months and determined that they were part of a cocaine smuggling ring. It was bad news for Hollywood parties, but why are the U.S. Special Forces popping up in such an exotic country? Ecuador ports are the main transit hub of 70% of the world's cocaine supply. If you continue to follow the money in Ecuador, in February, just a month before the joint U.S.-Ecuador raid, President Noboa's ruling party in the National Assembly passed their own new law to encourage foreign mining investment. President Noboa even deployed Ecuador's military in February to stop illegal mining across the country. Allegedly, this was due to environmental concerns after heavy metal contamination was detected in the Amazon River, but analysts say this is likely just a cover story, and the real goal is clearing the way for international mining corporations from the United States and Canada. Using the environment as an excuse to make billions of dollars, shocking stuff. President Noboa himself even said in a statement that the operation was, quote, "a new phase against narco-terrorism and illegal mining. American firms are ready and willing to work there just as soon as there are security guarantees." Alone, that doesn't seem all that significant, but taken together, these missions point to strategic goals of what the United States might really be after in Latin America. We're digging deeper into Latin America, getting closer to the source of the cartel problem, but we're not quite there yet. If you look at the southern border, the other southern border, Mexico's southern border, we see U.S. military operations are now expanding into Guatemala for the first time in many years. According to the New York Times, Guatemala's president agreed to U.S. airstrikes and other military action inside his country, including advising, training, and equipping soldiers to fight against the cartel. Suddenly, everyone and their mom wants a piece of the action against the criminal organizations. Guatemala is part of the Northern Triangle, a group of 3 countries, also including Honduras and El Salvador, that got its name from its massive role in drug smuggling. It's an important midway point for narcotics being smuggled up to North America. So stopping off here allows smugglers to shorten their trip, and it makes them harder to intercept. It's the Panama Canal of cocaine routes. It's strategically important because if the United States can squeeze off Guatemala, it cuts the cartel supply chain before it even reaches Mexico. But even further south, when we follow that route, it of course ends up in Colombia, where the cartel economy really begins. If we're looking at the hemisphere like a military planner, Colombia's security is about cutting off the revenue stream that finances the entire cartel ecosystem. Coca is grown here, then processed, protected, and shipped from Colombian territory before moving into Ecuador, into Mexico, and then finally into the United States and Europe, and the nose of a strangely overly talkative friend of yours. That makes Colombia the upstream node. So if you were to hit there, every cartel downstream will feel the pressure, or at least that's the working theory. And now Washington may finally have a partner that's willing to go absolutely ham against the criminal organizations here. Colombia's new president-elect in June, Abelardo de la Espriella, has promised a more aggressive campaign against guerrilla groups. This is a sharp break from the former President Petro's negotiation first approach. There are rumors of more direct U.S. military cooperation in Colombia again, though. It's unclear to what extent. Putting our Sherlock Holmes hat on for a second, it starts to look like the U.S. is actually wiping out the cartels to secure mineral resources, and they're clearing the path for foreign investment in Mexico, Venezuela, Ecuador, Colombia, and Guatemala, just to name a few.
Kid Boo.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, don't ever get married.
Why is that?
We know this already.
Ready to kill this bitch.
Not ready to kill the bitch.
What she do?
I don't know, the small shit. At this point, small shit be pissing me off.
When we saying this is a damn problem, I been told you to kill that bitch, Mo.
Yeah, nah. Fuck
I been told you that.
Motherfucker gonna tell me. Nigga told me, I asked this nigga at lunchtime, well, what you want for dinner? Nigga gonna say, I don't know, you decide. And that bitch, I made shrimp Alfredo. Well, I didn't kinda want shrimp Alfredo. Well, bitch, you should've told what the fuck you want then, nigga.
Hey,
Well,
that's
I asked you what you
though.
want. Nigga, I kinda don't want it. Why you get mad? I asked you! Nigga!
Yeah, women do that.
I feel it, bro. I really do.
This is why
That's
niggas
how
do.
it be.
This is why niggas do carry out.
Ain't doing this. Hey, niggas.
Yeah, that's the thing. Thanks, Kid Boo.
They're saying the quiet part out loud now. All the countries are meeting and discussing this operation out loud at a meeting called the Shield of America.
No, I don't really
The Shield
have
of
any
America
non-vegan
sounds a lot like a
friends.
missile defense program, but it's really something much broader. It's a US-led strategy to build a layered security network stretching from Canada to the southern tip of Latin America. And that means sharing intelligence, expanding military cooperation, hardening borders, and protecting critical infrastructure. The surprising part is that it treats cartels, cyber attacks, and foreign influence campaigns and strategic supply chains as part of the same security problem. And there's over a dozen countries in the Shield of America's agreement, but notably absent are Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia. Why is that so important? One theory is because of competition with China. The Chinese government knows this and has sought to influence how powerful the cartels are. That's why one of the main suppliers of precursors for fentanyl, the drugs that the cartel sells, comes from China. Rare earth minerals are enormously important for the United States on a strategic level, and Latin America has a lot of them still trapped underground. The US and China are in a global resource war for these minerals, which are critical not just for the emerging tech industry, but also defense manufacturing. All of those AI data centers that are giving people headaches aren't going to be building themselves. The latest advanced weapons all require sensitive high-tech semiconductors, sensors, magnets, and power sources that are only possible with rare earth components. Whatever happened to fighting over food and water? This Pentagon document from February 2026, around the same time as the new regulations passed in Ecuador, identifies securing more rare earth resources as a major national imperative, which is basically a diplomatic way of saying they will kill anyone who gets in their way to procure those resources. Countries like Venezuela and Ecuador get American security assistance along with guaranteed investment, while the US gets vital resources before China, all without the bad PR of publicly trampling all over the host country's sovereignty. But keep in mind, there's a significant possibility of blowback in the form of massively fueling corruption in an already fragile region, which is why the US is keeping parts of this targeted killing campaign quiet through covert operations. It explains why the CIA is taking such a huge role here, and it also explains why there's so much secrecy around strikes that the government normally couldn't stop bragging about. And it also explains why former adversarial nations like Venezuela would suddenly jump at a chance to invite US troops
Why the fuck do you feel bad about Sneeko? The guy's a fucking retard.
onto their turf. And so the question is, do we believe that these governments care more about investing millions of dollars and CIA assets in fighting addiction and drugs? Possibly. Or do they care more about economic deals worth hundreds of billions of dollars? The car bomb outside Mexico City was the opening shot in this much larger economic war, one where mines, supply chains, and critical resources matter as much as territory in Latin America. And if
Why doesn't Congress just stop President Trump from escalating with Iran? And I got a number of these questions from viewers in England and in Europe. Doesn't Congress have the power to declare war? Doesn't Congress control the money? So how can President Trump launch a military operation against Iran and apparently ignore Congress? And I actually do know a little bit about this because I wrote a book called Lies to Rule Men, in which Congress helps fund a war the president wants. You can buy this on Amazon or on Audible. So the answer is that yes, absolutely. Congress has those powers to provide funding for a war, but that doesn't actually mean the president needs a congressional vote before ordering a military strike.
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them.
And the American system divides war powers into three different jobs here. Congress decides whether the country should authorize and sustain a war. When done, the president commands the military, and then both branches spend the next few months arguing about where one job ends and the other begins. So let's get Johnny Harris on this. quoting Johnny Harris on this, that meant I'd be using props, not lying to you for 40 minutes in a poorly researched video. This is the president, and this is Congress. There were more members of Congress, but I ate them. Now, Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress the ability to declare war, create, regulate an army and a navy, and establish the funds needed to provide for them. So Congress holds both the power of authorization and the power of the purse. The Constitution even limits army appropriations to 2-year periods, so the president can't just roll in on a fully funded perpetual army. Now, Congress has only declared war 11 times in its history, the last time being 1942. Typically, what Congress does is an authorization for use of military force, or AUMF. And I'll get to that back at the desk. Now, in my book, Lies to Rule Men, a U.S. senator actually loses his position on the Senate Armed Services Committee because he refuses to rubber stamp the authorization for use of military force in order for the American Army to enter the state of Deseret, which is essentially a Mormon theocracy that's been living in the middle of the U.S. for the past 175 years. So when somebody says something like Congress never declared war, that doesn't actually mean that the operation is unauthorized. Congress hasn't declared war since 1942. 1991 Gulf War, that was a congressional authorization. 2001 Afghan War, congressional authorization. 2003 Iraq invasion, that was authorized through resolutions instead of the traditional declarations. But Congress did not pass a new Iran authorization for use of military force before Operation Epic Fury began on February 28, 2026. And this is kind of where the argument starts.
But Mr. Trump, you're not a nice person. But actually, I am.
Article 2 makes the president the commander-in-chief. This clearly allows the president to direct military operations once force has been authorized. Congress doesn't need to choose individual targets or position aircraft carriers or write the air tasking order. The president has also accepted the ability to respond immediately when the United States or American forces are attacked.
I'm gonna bomb this.
Nobody expects Congress to come together for a 3-day debate while nuclear missiles are inbound. The unresolved question is how far beyond immediate defense the president's authority extends. Successive administrations, Republican and Democratic, have argued that the president may independently order at least some military action when the operation is limited in scope and serves an important national interest. Congress has generally taken a narrower view. The Supreme Court's never really provided a clean final answer, and lower courts have largely avoided deciding disputes over presidents introducing forces into hostile situations without authorization. So there's no real constitutional referee standing beside the launch button.
That I welcome this kind of examination because people have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
After Vietnam, Congress tried to settle this by passing the War Powers Resolution.
I was going to say, he looks like he'd eat a lot of Dunkin' Donuts. Donuts are great. Can't really blame him. Dude, it'll be so sick when they make donuts that like have practically 0 calories but taste exactly like normal donuts. That'd be dope.
Resolution over President Nixon's veto. The law says that the president should consult Congress before introducing forces into hostilities whenever possible. Once troops are introduced, the president must report to Congress within 48 hours. Notice that within 48 hours after forces are introduced. The law doesn't normally require 48 hours of advanced warning. After that report, the president normally has 60 days to end the operation unless Congress declares war, specifically authorizes the mission, or extends the deadline. The president can receive another 30 days when necessary to withdraw forces safely. That sounds simple. It's not. Presidents have long argued that parts of the War Powers Resolution unconstitutionally restrict the commander-in-chief in power. When presidents report operations, they often say they're acting consistent with the law as opposed to pursuant to it. That wording is not accidental. I'm giving you this report consistent with the law, but I'm not conceding that you have the constitutional power to order me to do this. Consistent with, not pursuant to.
Yeah, you know, if you believe that, that's fine. I don't care. It's an old subject.
On February 28th, 2026, President Trump ordered Operation Epic Fury against Iran. The administration described the objectives as eliminating Iran's nuclear threat, destroying its ballistic missile capacity, crippling its navy, and degrading its proxy networks. The administration's domestic legal argument rests principally in Article 2. In an official statement opposing congressional withdrawal resolution, the White House argued that the president has constitutional authority to defend the United States and American citizens from Iran. More importantly, it argued that this presidential authority extends beyond responding to an already imminent attack when protecting American forces and vital national interests. The administration called congressional efforts to restrict that authority an attempt to legislate away essential Article 2 powers. Now, that is the administration's legal position. It is not an uncontested statement of what the Constitution actually says. Opponents argue that destroying another country's navy, missile industry, military infrastructure over a sustained campaign is exactly the kind of major war the founders would have expected Congress to authorize. Now let's talk about the 60-day clock.
I would bomb the hell out of those oil fields. I wouldn't send many troops because you won't need them by the time I got finished.
So here is the 60-day clock. If hostilities began February 28th, 2026, 60 days takes you till about the end of April. The administration's answer was that the main hostilities already ended. So presidentially ordered ceasefire on April 7th terminated those hostilities that began on February 28th. Therefore, according to the White House, there were no continuing hostilities from which Congress could order troops removed. Now, there were some members of Congress who disputed that. There's some soldiers who had rockets fall on their heads, which would have disputed that as well. But essentially, Congress argued that continued bombing, naval operations, blockades still constituted hostilities, even after the administration declared the original campaign complete. And this illustrates one of the biggest problems with the War Powers Resolution. The president controls the military, and the executive branch frequently controls the definitions. Is this a war? Is this a limited operation? Is this a special military operation? You see what I did there? Are there hostilities? Is the operation over if aircraft are still striking targets, but the first campaign name has technically ended? The answer often depends on what branch is writing the memorandum.
And you should be ashamed of yourself.
So why doesn't Congress stop him? Congress can try. They got the tools to do it. They just don't want to use them. I mean, to paraphrase Riley from the Boondocks, how you gonna drop the gun, Congress?
How you gonna drop the gun, Gangstalicious? That is not gangster.
But Congress isn't just one person. It is 435 representatives, 99 senators, 1 vegetable, 2 chambers, committees, party leaders, members with different political incentives. In March, the House considered a resolution withdrawing American forces from unauthorized Iran hostilities. It failed. Failed 212 to 219. In June, both chambers passed a concurrent War Powers Resolution opposing the operation, but a concurrent resolution does not go to the president. It doesn't become a statute. The administration kind of argued that this kind of legislative veto has no legal force following the Supreme Court's decision in Immigration Naturalization Service versus Chadha. On July 23rd, 2026, the House passed another withdrawal resolution, 214 to 208. And that same day, a Senate effort involving a joint resolution failed to advance 47 to 49. So Trump is not ignoring a unanimous Congress here. Congress is divided. The House has voted against the operation, but the Senate has not produced the votes necessary to enact a binding measure. And even if they did, there's always the possibility that the president would just ignore it.
No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no.
Even when both chambers pass a binding bill or a joint resolution, the president can veto it. Congress then needs 2/3 of both chambers to override that veto. That means the practical question is not, does Congress have constitutional war powers? They do. The question is, can opponents of the operation assemble majorities in both chambers and potentially 2/3 majorities to force the president to stop? Because right now, That answer appears to be no. And if you're a part of the opposition party right now, which in this case is a Democratic Party, why would you want the president to stop? You know, there is an old saying, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. So if you're a part of the opposition party and this conflict continues and gas prices rise and families have a harder time paying their bills, does that work for you or against you in the upcoming midterm elections? So you might be part of the opposition party and you might give it the old college try to stop the war. But are you going to try that hard? Especially when this is working in your favor and the midterm elections are less than 100 days away. Now let's talk about money, or the power of the purse. Congress absolutely controls federal appropriations, but Congress normally gives the Defense Department very large pools of money even before a particular crisis begins. The 2026 Consolidated Appropriations legislation was signed on February 3rd, more than 3 weeks before Operation Epic Fury even began. The Pentagon can initially finance unexpected operations using existing operations and maintenance accounts, as well as other available appropriations, kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul here, while transferring or reprogramming funds within reasonable legal limits. It does not have to return to Congress before dropping a bomb and asking for a replacement bomb. Right. But by late April, congressional testimony placed the operations cost at roughly $25 billion. In June, the White House requested an additional $87.6 billion supplemental defense package to replenish weapons, support deployed forces, and meet additional defense requirements. And this is where Congress's financial leverage becomes much, much stronger. Congress can prohibit money from being spent on a particular operation after a certain date, but that restriction must itself become law, meaning passage through both chambers, and you get the president's signature or a veto override. And politically, many members who oppose beginning a war become really nervous about being accused of denying ammunition or air defense or protection to troops who are already deployed. Nobody wants that run against them if they're being primaried or by someone in the opposition party when they're running for election. He didn't protect the troops. This senator is a poopy head, right? You get how it goes. And that's kind of how the power of the purse becomes powerful in theory, but difficult to use in practice. So why does President Trump appear able to just ignore Congress? Well, it's because the president can act with one order. Congress has to organize hundreds of people. They have to pass matching legislation through 2 chambers. They got to overcome procedural obstacles and potentially override a veto. Military's already been funded. The courts usually avoid intervening, and the executive branch interprets its own Article 2 powers very, very broadly. And enough members of Congress either support the operation or are unwilling to take political responsibility for stopping it. The Constitution gives Congress the tools to restrain a president, but it doesn't make those tools automatic. The president possesses the initiative. Congress does possess checks and balances, but a check only works when Congress is actually willing to get off their asses and use it. Thank you so much for watching.
Oh, man.
Well, there you go. The fucking war is not illegal, and Democrats probably don't really give enough of a shit. What a surprise.
All right, welcome to Garage Hypertrophy at Home Gym Con. So I am here early for the media day. I'm going to try to kind of make this a little bit more bodybuilding focused. I know there's gonna be a lot of coverage for people. I'm going to try and play with the different positions to see what the feels is. Okay, cool. Okay, so from here, it's kind of pulling me under a little bit more. So it gets me even like a little bit more upright. So even more like quad focus. This feels really good because if you guys know my content, you know.
There's a lot more small sheet belt squats coming out, which is nice.
Something really important to consider is your structural architect, if you're a wide ISA or narrow ISA. For me, as a wider ISA, I squat with a lot of hips. I get my butt involved. This It makes me squat like a narrow. Gets my quads. I like it a lot. I like this a lot. I don't feel like you'd have to load it as heavy as you would think, especially if you're using the bands. I mean, I would probably put on another couple of these before it gets super interested in trying this guy. Preacher curl with some cool knurled handles. I've got the Nautilus Nitro in my garage, so I am not above having a single-use piece for biceps in my home gym. Oh, that feels good.
Why do they all have bands? It's really weird.
Oh, I got the band on. Okay, I was wondering how I was getting such good tension at the top. That feels pretty good. It's kind of more like a spider curl than even like the bicep curl. I gotta do a little bit on the other to bounce it out. Okay, what does it feel like with this? Doing the Temple of Gains, which I don't have anymore, but I will see how this compares to the Temple of Gains. So can't adjust the foot plate, which, so I'm surprised. Okay. This might be heavy. This is gonna be
They all have fucking bands. Why do they all have bands on them?
heavy to warm up with. I can't like not do what's. This feels pretty good. Yeah. Even though the plate doesn't adjust. Don't. Yeah, I like it. And then, loud, but those feel pretty good. Like on my. Usually not a big fan of Viking presses. Space is just so economical.
Right now, next week there should be the second shipment coming in, and then end of August another shipment. So we'll just keep adding more products over the next month. Request from people getting the stock here. Of course now, nice. But first we start
I'd really like one of these machines. They look cool.
with our strength machines.
Dude, they feel so good. What about, are you guys getting into the Vultra or any of the digital resistance?
We actually are showing, it's not here yet, but we're showing the speed-ins within an hour. We reach out.
A second ago because I released it, but I forgot how to load it.
Oh, yeah, you gotta pick it back up with your
yeah.
heel.
And so right now it's just that kind of basic chest press. Feels really good. I like this. You can kind of like play a little bit with your stance. When I'm setting this, you just gotta kick it back here. Don't get stuck. What adjustments do these do?
You can just here's the knob. You can pull it up.
You can make it like neutral and.
You can just put it in. Oh, just pull it. Yeah.
Oh, cool. So you got
different positions.
How many different positions do you lock in?
I'm not sure. I think 4 or 5.
Okay, so you get like tight for like a tricep.
You can go narrow. You can go.
Okay, that's
parallel,
cool. Sweet.
Wide.
Try one close one.
Adjustment, of course.
Nice.
Other than that, it's pretty basic. It's not converging. It's a simple, regular.
Well, that's. I was using some mechanics in bodybuilding. It's been like a long time, or did you transition just to gym stuff?
Like 2 years.
Yeah, it's
But people start all.
I try to get over it on the cable, and like this, you can get even more over it. I mean, you could even, depending on how high it goes, you could turn into like this is a incline flat combo. I put some yoga blocks up there. This is so soft. I feel like this is almost like not for a gym. It's so soft. You face in it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it's unlocked. I'm good? Yep. Cool. Where do you hook the what do you do with the Vultra integration? Oh, there we go. There we go. I see it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, so is this moving? Oh, that's cool. So locked in. It's so stable.
For 3,000 plus shipping.
And then.
I really like the Jim Lako stuff. Oh, this is Echo Strength.
So these are super compact, and depending on how you play with them, you can hit a lot.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get any of these back machines. I'm really happy with the seal rows that I've been doing.
A lot of different parts of your back. You can get like a really big stretch because that's a full. Cool. So primal. Checking out all the bodybuilding kind of stuff. Like not heavier at any part of the lift. Just as heavy in the beginning.
On the bottom, slide, and then here's the incline on this. So you can take it all the way up to shoulder press, all the way down to flat bench.
Okay, let's see. So what was the other one? There's a few that are like real similar to this, right? So how high? That's a pretty big convergence on there for shoulders. Little ones of these that I've knocked myself out here. is they do have the one with the vulture setup too. So that guy, that's really dope. So when we did it last time, that's how we did it. But I'm gonna not cramp their space. I'll play it on this one. I already know this one's pretty good. Now, when I was at the warehouse, we've used this like both times, but I don't think I've recorded any of that. So I am actually pretty familiar with it. Watch out, buddy.
I really don't like those converging machines. They tend to go too wide, and then it just hurts my shoulder.
Couldn't even say if it was as good, but I knew it wasn't terribly worse. Well, I got to use the OG last night for the first time in a while, and I made a real conscious effort to compare what was different. So if I'm really thinking about what is different now that I just used it, one of the big things about the original is the handle has a little bit more freedom of movement. Like I could do supination through there, a little bit more comfortable. This is just weighted or like, it's just angled in a way where it's a little bit more effort to go into supination. It doesn't feel as natural. It wants to push me out into a little bit more pronation. So I'm a little more limited in my options if I'm trying to go more ER biased. The resistance curve is a little bit smoother on the other one, but it's not dramatically different. But it is just like...
It was the first time, yeah. So that was the first time people... So if you're in a tighter spot and you have thinner plates, just might be... And just get your... unrack that and you can hold on to that to use it.
I'd really like a belt, a glute hip thrust machine. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that feels good. So that's what I was saying. I love my multi-hip.
You're the first person I've seen using that as a grip, but that's cool.
You know, I kind of like to get my rib cage, back a little bit. This will a little further reach. So most people just hold on to here.
So what I saw in videos is people would hold on to this because that machine you're talking about doesn't have handles at all.
Oh yeah.
So we put these handles here. So if you wanted to rotate it back,
I like up here for sure.
That's cool. That's cool. I like that.
Anything that keeps my backside more expanded. And so as I was telling him,
and rack it, and then you can rack this, and you have to crawl.
Yeah, there's a lot more good home gym equipment now. All right, time to suffer. Oh, this fucking game. Shit, oh my god, I'm stupid. Ugh. Forgot about that fucking thing. What? I can't believe that. I can't... How the fuck did that happen? Oh, this is already just... Oh, son of a bitch. Oh my god. Oh. I don't know if I'm in the right headspace for this right now. Fucking bitch. Did you see that asshole? Absolute fucking cunt. Now this can be a fucking nightmare. Fucking asshole. It's weird, he's behaving differently. Oh my god. Fucking diabolical. That thing is fucked too. Oh shit. Oh shit! Yeah, this part. No! Ah! Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, jeez. Oh! See what a fucking asshole this game is? Like, how in the fuck? It's so bizarre. I don't know how to time this. Oh, fuck. I'm honestly not even sure what fucking button to press. Maybe that makes it easier. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Yeah. There's... Bro. And there we are. So we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. Okay, I've got the first part down, like it's not that big of a deal. I'll make another save state up ahead. That one jump is just fucking diabolical. Like, this shit is easy compared to that other fucking jump. It's just crazy. Dude, this game is making my hands sweat. Holy shit. Okay, so we'll... the save state there. And we're dead. Yeah. That makes sense, right? I think I'm... yeah, I don't need to, yeah, it's this one. This is the fucked up jump. Oh my god, dude. And now it'll kill you. If, yeah, it's... fuck me. Okay, let's put the save state here so we just don't have to do all that fucking shit all over again. It's just fucking diabolical. So maybe it's a better idea to jump down before that thing happens?
Jasmine and Fat licking each other's pussies while calling Richard a nigger is something that turns him on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, fucking kill me with these. Just... Are you fucking serious? Like, what the fuck is that? It didn't! I was right on it! Why does this go on for fucking ever? It keeps fucking going. Oh. You don't understand the pain. Dude. I just don't ever want to play this again. I'm so fucking done. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. I did not mean to do that. Hey, Alex, could you try not to annoy the fucking shit out of me, please? You should do a speed run of this game. Well, I have to be able to fucking beat it first, right? Dipshit? Fucking idiot? Great. What a cheap shot. Like, that is fucked. There's no fucking way I could have possibly done anything to avoid that. That is so fucking ridiculously cheap. Just for whatever reason, sometimes he spawns right on your fucking asshole, and you can't avoid him. How fucked is that? Fucking asshole. Oh my god. Oh, how does this just keep going on? I have no fucking clue. That's the most I can tolerate for tonight. Just nope. Oh my god. That was...
Welcome to the Tier 1 Health and Wellness
It just keeps going on.
Podcast, the home of evidence.
Because we're becoming over-fat and undernourished. So I think the cornerstones of a good diet and nutrition is red meat, as well as other nutrient-dense
Retard alert.
Animal-based foods like eggs, good quality dairy if you tolerate it, and then using the rest of the plate.
Yes, lots of saturated fat and cholesterol to clog your fucking arteries, dumbass.
To, incorporate things like good quality organic vegetables, good quality organic fruits, and ideally home-prepared food that is not hyper-processed.
3 full days, and that the best diet is a really adequate nutrition, and it's a higher protein, lower type carb diet. I didn't say no carb diet. I said lower carb, but higher lean protein type diet. So
people who tend to live the longest have about 50% of their calories coming from carbohydrates. And carbohydrates are necessary for lowering cortisol, so it's really weird for him to say that. And that has a direct link to testosterone.
So everything that you just described.
I think for people who are looking for a framework, and exactly what Keith said, I think that what a lot of people would call low-carb dieting is more like an appropriate amount of carbs. Because people will say, oh, you're gasping for air in the corner.
Based on the actual medical literature, okay? There is no specific testosterone level that denotes a deficiency. What has occurred? I used to talk to the men that don't want to inject.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Such big paws. Wow. Look at those big kitties. They're so big. Oh my goodness, they're so big. Wow. Oh. Oh my god, such big kitty paws. So big. What vegan protein powder do you recommend? Whatever the fuck you can afford. That tastes good. That you can digest fine.
Let's see.
Wow.
Can you see your teeth?
Oh my goodness.
See the other side? Oh,
So
both teeth. Let me
big.
see. Wait, hold both.
Oh.
Most.
Looks like Frank has some new horse shit. Let's see, what kind of dumb crap?
Yo, what's up, guys? Did you know that being bald is natural because we are born bald? And it is actually the reason I attacked my wife with acid is because she was getting a little too old, turning 16. So I had to disintegrate the hairs of her body, and acid was the quickest way. Guys, the real reason he's bald is because the raw primal diet has an extreme amount of nutrients.
He's bald due to androgenic alopecia.
You can have too much nutrition in your diet, and it's too high in calcium, and what that does is it calcifies the scalp and you go bald.
No, it's called androgenic alopecia, you retard.
Too bad they don't believe in supplements. You know, you could take vitamin D, K2, and magnesium to balance out the fat-soluble vitamin profile, which would be similar to what you would have following a naturally balanced diet that has grains and
Clavicular is looks min king.
every single one of these looks maxers has descended, and they've made millions and millions and millions of dollars selling these nonsense courses. And anyone who looks at this photo will undeniably say that Clavicular looked better when he was in high school and college. He had way more appeal, he was way more natural looking, and you could even argue in this photo he's high tier normie.
That is not a flattering photo of him.
You know, maybe even close, I wouldn't say close to Chad-like, but at least he's in high tier normie. Now, after his messed up nose, I wouldn't even say he's high tier normie. I would say he's mid to low mid tier normie. Maybe if he looked like the photo they're putting on the wall, he could be close to high tier normie again, but I think they got his nose a little wrong. I just thought that was kind of funny, using his old nose in the photo, but go figure. Doctor.
He is making fun of Clavicular for getting a nose job that didn't go so well, and his eyes are beyond fucked up, and he looks like one of the most weird-ass fucking retards on the fucking planet. Like, Frank is not an attractive guy. Like, to begin with. There were people, like, there were girls commenting on some of the videos I made about him, asking if he's trans. Because he's just so bizarre and weird looking. And then after the plastic surgeries, just, like, fucked himself up. And then he's saying, like, Clav isn't even good looking. It's like, okay. Someone's a little jealous.
Most of you guys know I have the meat business, and I've done a lot of international business. And in America, grain-fed has a negative connotation because now people want grass-fed. But in other countries, it's actually the opposite, because in like Ireland, New Zealand, Australia, they have so much grass. Almost all the animals are grass-fed naturally. Pretty much every country outside of the U.S., maybe with the exception of the Middle East, is really primarily grass-fed.
Not true.
And they actually want grain-fed meat over there, because to them, the grain-finished and grain-fed meat tastes way better than the grass-fed meat. And that's the explanation for this grain-fed chicken, because this is Yorkshire Farms. It looks like UK packaging. I'm assuming this is somewhere in the UK. So that explains the marketing. This is better tasting and more expensive chicken in that country. Most of you guys know I have.
So he's admitting the meat he sells tastes like shit.
So how and why did Paul Saladino ruin my family? Basically, he was jealous
Yeah, Frank is not better looking than Clav.
Of my intelligence and my YouTube channel, and filed a lawsuit against me. And the guy's really connected. I don't know how he got the judges to basically silence me. You know, I never had a fair trial. I never had anything in the court.
KM, don't need to tell there's British in it.
Wait, please stop! Stop, please! Please stop! Stop!
Whoa!
Police officer!
Police officers! Oh. Yo!
No, please. We stopped you because you electric bike, okay?
Show me your warrant card, Ted. Warrant card, please. Show me your warrant card.
How fast it go?
15.5.
Oh, you're Thingy, aren't you, from Oldham?
Yeah,
What's your
Kurgas.
name? Kurgas, that's the one. Right.
I would have literally beaten their asses and not believed they were police.
Yeah, nice.
So we're not being funny with you, mate. The reason
What is a drug dealer?
Yeah, well, it's that and robberies at knife point.
Right, okay.
So we're in the area
Okay.
to try and tackle drug dealing, knife point robberies on e-bikes.
Okay.
Not only are people committing them on e-bikes, but people are getting robbed for e-bikes, okay?
Okay.
So sorry it seems a bit extreme that, mate, but obviously given the nature of what's going on, you've almost
Yeah,
got
it's a-
half a balaclava as well, okay?
It's just to stop the road to go in my
No,
face.
that's fine, and I get that, mate, okay? So on PC Thompson...
I thought you were going to rob me.
No,
though.
I get that, mate.
Ready?
No,
It's understandable, mate, when you mean
Yeah.
when you become
So,
like that.
PC...
That is clearly a pedelec bike. They have no reason to believe he was committing any crime. And they, like, literally threw him off the bike, and they could have instigated, like, an actual fight. If I had this happen to me, and a bunch of, like, weirdos dressed like that said they're police, I wouldn't fucking believe them. I'd just, like, fucking beat their ass. This is insane.
Thompson Harper Police Station, okay, mate? That was the grounds for the stop. Obviously, you've got a legal bike.
It's not illegal.
No, you've got a legal bike.
Oh, legal. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you say it's not.
Yeah. So
I'd sue them. So they just committed an illegal stop.
Because I think it before. The screen is.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's sweet.
No,
Right.
so sorry to scare you like that.
Fucking shit, real
No,
lads.
I know, mate. I know it's a
But
bit
fair
extreme,
enough, lads.
but-
I mean, obviously, I understand people at knife, but I've been.
Are we
you
cool
know.
then?
Yeah, we're fine, mate. We're fine. But nice to meet.
Stay safe and good lad for keeping a helmet on as well.
Oh yeah, I always wear helmets. But I just went down to Old Trafford. I just went to Old Trafford to see that fire. So
No,
that's
it's
it.
all the knife point robberies and that, mate, that's going on. And not like I said, people are being targeted through the e-bikes. So just,
Okay.
I know obviously we're alright, but just be careful, mate, when you're getting about on this.
Right.
Because they're getting robbed at high numbers at the moment, okay?
Okay.
Right, have a good day.
Yeah,
mate.
I have been because obviously I used to do illegal e-bikes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, you said you know me, so you.
Well, the UK is a silly place. This is insane. They're asking to, get into a fight for no fucking reason with somebody. I would have never believed they were police.
Court, the judge just said I cannot speak about Paul Saladino. But in that lawsuit, he started serving my parents and adding my own family to the lawsuit as a way to harass me, claiming my family was part of my business and a whole bunch of nonsense. And my family, unfortunately, could not handle the mental stress. They ended up on a lot of psychiatric medications, and that stress, they turned that into resentment and anger towards me, which ended up in me getting kicked out of my own childhood home. And that happened a few years ago now. But what the
This guy was a 30-year-old adult, and he's upset his parents kicked him out of the house. And this was all his fault. He's the one who instigated a lawsuit against Paul Saladino.
guy is basically pure evil, and they censor and shadow ban me so you don't find out. So how and why?
Well, Frank is still thoroughly retarded.
You guys cuddling?
Hmm.
You got her, huh?
Kitty fringe. Wow. Those are really good kitty friends.
You guys are so pretty.
You think they'll ever invent a pill to make Frank normal? That would be way, way in the future. Yeah, they'd have to invent a pill that makes you smart and also reverses homosexuality. Among other things. Would also cure narcissism and delusions. So not in Frank's lifetime. Wow.
Your tongue's coming out.
Those are really nice kitties. Oh.
Be nice to her.
Oh. You're friends. That's so nice that they're friends.
Some people are driven crazy by their mistakes. Maybe I'm one of them.
Richard, pick one out.
Kitten. Kittens. You guys are so silly. What's up, Cheese?
How the hell does she have so many cats?
Hi, Boom, a baby shitty kitty. Boom, baby.
Ooh, I like that cat.
Boom, boomy cat. It a boom, a baby, baby, boom, baby, boom. And that Cheese. Hot Cheese. Look at you. You're so freaking cute, Cheese. I can't even stand you one bit. Hey, Pickly Pickle Cat. She's a picky, she's a picky, she's a picky cat. She my little pickle, you're my pickle cat. She's a little pickle stickle.
I think I'd pick this one.
Nelson. You guys make me breathe heavy. I love you so much. Lisa's right there. Hi, Lisa. Mr. Plant. Mr. Eggy Plant. He's a plant. Mr. Eggy Plant. Robert. What are you doing with Tim? Wobble. Caesar wobble. Wobble dee wop wobble. What are you guys doing? Nice stretch bag of shit.
These
Little
are
stretchy shit.
pretty good
Yeah,
kitties.
stretchy bag. Sounds so weird. Stain. Oh, she's a stretchy, sticky Stain. She's a little Stain baby. Oh, what are you doing? She's a sticky Stain. Hi, baby. Kitten.
Yeah, those are nice cats. Thanks, even though.
Sometimes a mistake just slipped through the cracks. Without this small town, it's not a small town, it's a medium to large town. The sponge in question is Smenospongia. Not the right sponge. Now the world has a false idea of what Smenospongia aurea truly looks like. And I'm to blame. An uneffective alternative to barbiturate. Not barbiturate. Barbiturate. That's clearly an illustration of Amanita pantherina, not Amanita phalloides. There's a difference. This map is wrong. It's wrong. Salvia divinorum is actually legal in South Carolina. The worst mistake of all. Alfred Savinelli lied to me. You decided that you wanted to write a pamphlet about it under a pseudonym. Such a bizarre lie. You lied to me on television.
You know, there's not really instructions on this sort of stuff. I've learned some really good techniques.
I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. Bufo alvarius, the only species of toad known to produce a powerful tryptamine called 5-MeO-DMT. Now one of the most coveted psychedelics internationally, the growing demand has inspired roving bands of toad milkers to scour the Sonoran Desert in search of a venom more valuable than gold.
Toad.
Once dried, the venom is smoked to provide entry into a numinous realm of boundless white light. Yes, you can make a cookie.
That doesn't look at all pleasant. Nice debate with Destiny. That guy who was agnostic about Islam in the debate pissed me off so bad. Yeah, he's just fucking retard.
But the smoking of this venom has a humble origin that can be traced to a single pamphlet called Bufo alvarius, the psychedelic toad of the Sonoran Desert. Written in 1983, the pamphlet is a work of extraordinary erudition that seemingly emerged out of nowhere. It describes everything from the venom's chemical composition to its qualitative effects when smoked, in addition to techniques for locating and milking the toad. Without a history of human use, the identity of the author becomes even more intriguing. Who could have written this guide, and who would have taken the incredible risk of smoking the venom with nothing but evidence of its toxicity? Who is Albert Most? After interviewing several claimants to the Al Most name, my evidence led me to a toad specialist and incense entrepreneur, Savinelli, who reluctantly acknowledged his authorship of the pamphlet. He published his pamphlet in 1983.
Yes.
is lying.
Can you tell me how you got to the point that you were investigating toad venom?
Sure. It began by me gathering river toads, expressing the venom onto cigarettes and smoking it.
And I propagated a lie.
I noticed that you dedicated the pamphlet that you authored to Pat and Quanah. Is that Quanah Parker that you were? And who's Pat?
Pat was his wife.
Quanah Parker had 8 wives, and not a single one of them was named Pat. I could have looked that up.
After the episode was released, thoughtful viewers were quick to offer constructive criticism.
I knew there were...
Elias, years ago, alcoholic in my town told me he was not as bad as other junkies. He knows who are heroin users because he's only an alcoholic. Guess what? Later, he was obese, toothless, unable to walk. Alcohol fucks your body way more than heroin. It does. Dude, it is so downplayed how fucking horrible alcohol is for you. It absolutely destroys every organ system in your body. Heart, kidneys, liver, lungs, brain, skin, connective tissue, muscles. It just ruins you. It literally makes you fucking rot. So yeah, even Hunter Biden said that alcohol was worse for him than crack cocaine. So yeah, alcohol's really fucking bad. Dude, you're better off running Tren nonstop year-round than drinking alcohol. Tren every day is better for you than fucking alcohol. So yeah, it's just fucking retarded. Thanks, Elias.
Unusual things about him. He didn't live in Denton, Texas, where the pamphlet was published. He didn't have any of the original pamphlets, any of the original artwork, any of the original t-shirts, also a red flag.
Was it modesty or dishonesty? I called one more time to set the story straight.
Why was Venom Press based in Denton, Texas? Were you living in Texas at some point? I want to make sure everything is factually correct, that you are Albert Most.
That's almost correct. Helms, let me get back to you, okay?
I was duped. It was my responsibility to evaluate the truth of his claims.
These mistakes have consequences. A shameful history of journalistic misrepresentation of psychoactive toads has resulted in the tragic ruination of lives, none more severely than the clinical pharmacist and toad educator named Robert Shepard. Although he wasn't Albert Most, I hoped Dr. Shepard could provide insight into the consequences of unscrupulous toad journalism.
Hey, hi, good to meet you.
Mommy Tang, she stopped being vegan and am not surprised because she dietarily hormonally eating disorderly crashed out for a full 2 years prior to quitting. He sadly seen it coming beforehand. Vegan gains his love.
We already reacted to that like 3 or 4 days ago, but thanks, dude. She's just a dumb fat bitch, and she just wants to eat dumb fat bitch food. That's all there is to it. Thanks, though, dude.
I didn't do anything wrong.
I lean towards us having free will, but I'm agnostic.
Even with Albert's pamphlet out in '83, my arrest in '94 really brought this whole toad phenomenon to the awareness of the world. And the picture that was being painted by the media was not true.
And where did toads enter this story?
The toads, I was teaching at an outdoor environmental education school, teaching 6th grade students various different reptiles and amphibians. The Bufalvarius toads I found in Arizona.
There are 4 toads who are named Hans, Franz, Peter, and Brian.
Correct.
So what went wrong?
There was a disgruntled employee that was released from the school. She claimed to be the long-lost daughter of Howard Hughes. And she was calling law enforcement, telling them that I was giving drugs to the children. Law enforcement appeared on the scene and asked me, "So Robert, what are you doing?" And at that point I said, "I'm not breaking any laws." And their response was, "No, we think we will just arrest you and let the courts figure this all out." And then that's when the shit hit the fan. Both my wife and I were arrested, and we had no idea how the media would react. I was shocked. The media just went crazy with it. They hounded me. They were at my door. They would be following me in their vehicles with cameras.
There were hundreds of stories published.
Oh, I know. It was sensationalized. It made front page news in almost every newspaper worldwide.
And this was used to...
Dude, they're fucking toads. Like, are they going to make toads illegal?
Paint you as a deranged drug addict.
Yes. That somehow a toad cult had started, and I was the new toad guru. And as more and more misinformation came out in the media, I went to my lawyer and I said, Jim, this is terrible. I've got to tell my story. I've got to tell the truth. And he said, no, you cannot say anything. You just need to keep your mouth closed.
While the toads themselves are not illegal, Shepard was charged with possession of bufotenine, but when a forensic chemist was tasked with analyzing the venom, no bufotenine was present. The only chemical detected was 5-methoxy-DMT, which had yet to become a controlled substance in the United States, and the charges were dropped.
Nothing was ever published saying that I was exonerated, because that no longer was newsworthy. And that just outraged me. I lost everything. I lost everything. I have nothing to live on. I had $8. And then started my life over again.
Over fucking toads. People need to learn to mind their own fucking business. Do you ever consider going back to making old school Worst the Fitness Industry videos? Yeah, I will at some point. I do want to make a Worst the Fitness Industry video on Turkesterone. But glad I could turn you vegan, dude.
I think it was an experience I was to go through that set me on the path that became my shamanic way of life.
Bob was a victim of the media's mistakes, and I was a perpetrator. It was clear we both needed healing.
You do ceremonies in the caves.
They call them caves, but they're actually lava tubes.
You could exorcise the journalistic demons of the past.
We can certainly do that, yeah. Caves are very divine feminine in nature. And our intention is to release any negativity attached to the Bufo incident.
I was duped. Alfred Savinelli was lying about being Almost, being the author of that pamphlet. And I started to feel very bad when I realized what happened because I felt that I was partially responsible.
Forgive and forget. And so it is.
It's scary to acknowledge mistakes.
It is. It really is, yes. Just follow your heart, Hamilton. We're all in this together.
Well, thank you.
As the spirits of past journalistic errors drifted into the sky above Mount Shasta, I knew a path of truth and discovery lay before me.
Hey, Hamilton, I heard you were looking for Albert Most. Perhaps I can help you fill in the missing pieces of your puzzle. I am Albert Most. I wrote about the toad. I smoked the toad venom. I am Albert Most. Let's talk sometime. Ken, Denton, Texas.
When I received a letter from a provocative new Almost claimant, I could resume my investigation, this time revolving around a secretive Texan named Ken Nelson. It was in Denton that I met Scott Sellers, one of Ken's oldest friends.
We met in 1984 and slowly built a relationship over time.
He was eager to provide evidence of Ken's research.
Penny Press, yeah, it was Penny Press, and that's where he had them printed. I had caught your show. It turned out to be the season 2, episode 1 premiere. And it was about Bufo. And when y'all pulled out that book, it was just like, oh my God.
It was Albert Most. Just
to really realize how big this thing has gotten. And of course, Al Savinelli. You cannot let him take the credit.
I really like what nobody else is doing.
You can't let him get away with this. Albert Most is living in rural Texas, off the grid, not New Mexico.
This is it?
Yeah. He bought this missile base.
Wow.
Isn't this incredible? It's really a beautiful thing that he's done here.
A relic of the Cold War arms race, the base was once equipped with nuclear warheads and Nike missiles designed to intercept Soviet bombers. Long after it was decommissioned for military use, Ken bought the base and lived in an officer's barracks. He tore down walls, searched for tunnels rumored to lay beneath Denton, and created artistic arrangements of small metal skulls. A one-man offensive against a world without 5-methoxy-DMT.
And why do you think he was so interested in psychedelics?
I think it started out as fun, but then he realized that we used to talk about, approaching, seeing around the corner. You're along this wall of life, and it gives you a chance to kind of see around that corner and see something else, and see the world in a different way. And he did. And I think psychedelics helped him do that.
And are these notes from when he was writing the pamphlet?
We found these in a footlocker. I was hoping you could help us figure out what is here.
These are diagrams for a batch reactor. Did he ever have a lab that he was?
Nope. You know, he really didn't have a teacher. There's so much research. This is the original first edition. These are little matchbooks. When we'd go eat lunch, we just throw 5 of them on the table.
That's amazing.
He's real proud of that. That's the van he rode in. That he drove in and squirted the venom on the windshield. But he's out looking for toads.
A psychedelic researcher and committed environmentalist, Ken was an unlikely recruit, but he joined the military in order to learn tactics to inform his anti-nuclear protests. While stationed in Georgia, he read an article in the August 1981 issue of Omni magazine summarizing the work of anthropologist Jeanette Runquist, who had excavated 10,000 toad bones from an ancient Cherokee settlement in North Carolina. Fascinated by the possibility of a psychedelic toad, he immersed himself in scientific literature and traveled to Gila, Arizona to locate Bufo alvarius, but found nothing as the toads were still estivating in their subterranean refugia. Undeterred, he returned during the monsoon season of 1983 in his Chevy sport van with a collie named Quanah and his then girlfriend, Pat. When Quanah spotted a toad near their campsite, Ken leapt into action. He squirted the venom onto the windshield of his sport van, dried it, smoked it, and had the first known experience with venom of the psychedelic toad of the Sonoran Desert. In his pamphlet, Ken described the experience as being completely absorbed in a complex chemical event characterized by an overload of thoughts and perception, brief collapse of the ego, and a loss of the space-time continuum. He returned to Denton, Texas, where he became a resident advisor and enrolled in a technical writing class to help publish the results of his research. The product was a new religion, a series of t-shirts, a specialized toad venom smoking pipe, 5-methoxy-DMT matches, and a small pamphlet that would forever change ethnoherpetological history.
I was first. In science, when you scoop everybody, you beat them to the punch. So once I realized what I had, it was a big deal.
His teeth are
and smoke it.
After the publication of his pamphlets, Ken left reams of fan mail unanswered and ignored inquiries from the scientific community. He never used the Albert Most name again. When he bought the decommissioned Nike missile base, he focused his efforts on transforming it into a psychedelic utopia where he lived for 30 years. And as international interest in Bufo alvarius grew, only a handful of Dentonites knew the true identity of Albert Most.
It's hot back here. Okay. A lot of the stuff is kind of buried. You see, I really take care of my stuff.
Huh. Oh, wow.
It's real fragile because it's been buried back here. But this is ancient. I don't know if we can salvage it.
A struggling student who lent her artistic talents to a toad-obsessed friend named Ken.
He was very smart, very intent on research. But you have to think pre-internet, so research was really precious. And so I would drive him to the medical library. He was exploring a lot of different plants, but a bit later had really identified this toad. He said, I'm doing it, I'm going to southern Arizona, I'm gonna find this toad. All I could say is, Ken, are you sure? I mean, I was worried. I mean, we're taught these things are poisonous. But he knew then, before he went out, it wasn't something you don't eat the toad. You know, he knew what to do, or at least he had a theory of what to do.
Can the enzymatic soup be cultured with serotonin to yield 5-MeO-DMT? How?
Just brainstorming questions almost.
They're all good questions. Ken was only known for one short pamphlet, but his files contain hundreds of pages of notes for unrealized projects, with a special emphasis on plans to construct a synthetic toad venom machine. These are diagrams for a batch reactor. He's looking for biosynthetic pathways that could be exploited in vitro. Ties into this idea of producing it synthetically.
I did a lot of research on it.
It's a purification of the toad venom to get the isolated 5-MeO-DMT. It's pretty clear that he's looking for a way to produce 5-MeO-DMT without using toads.
People out there milking them until they bleed was just driving this amazing animal to extinction, killing the golden goose. He was very concerned about the toad being abused, mishandled. It's just what he envisioned 35 years ago.
I just see that the interest in it is so strong that it's going to become popular. I think you guys got to keep this in our bag of tricks.
There has long been resistance to synthetic substances in the psychedelic community. So when I received an invitation to give a talk at a conference of toad venom enthusiasts, I saw it as an opportunity to build upon Ken's research and offer a scientific solution for the conservation of psychedelic toads. Perhaps it would be here, at the World Bufo alvarius Congress, that I might find a receptive group of staunch rationalists.
Walking stick. What have you been up to?
I have been staying active in toad venom. In fact, that particular experience motivates me every single day. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I made something else for you.
Wow.
Yeah. More than anything, it's just about continuing to replicate it and to echo forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, because it was such a powerful moment. To see it play out on TV was the most freakiest shit ever.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There was no shortage of merchandise for sale. Unsanctioned t-shirts printed with the artwork Gail Patterson made for Ken's pamphlet, and plush Bufo alvarius throw pillows, $50 a piece.
Ya la gente ha fumado mucho. Antes trabajaba los viernes, los sábados y domingos, pues era toda la semana me cae trabajo.
Hello everyone, welcome to WEAC. Hello.
Oh my God. Whew, thank you. So, as we know, this medicine of 5-MeO-DMT from this sacred creature, the Bufo alvarius toad, is just that. It is a sacred medicine. It is carried in the body of this creature for 9 months under the ground in the darkness, potentiating the 5-MeO-DMT as well as other alkaloids. There is a phenomenon happening with the Bufo alvarius toad around the world. You see it all over social media, and it's going to grow and bloom, and it's going to get very big very soon.
This beautiful spirit, Bufo alvarius,
is a sacrament.
Beautiful sacrament.
Another ally.
Uno de los tesoros más grandes de la humanidad.
How do we know this toad that we're getting is collected properly? Is there respect for the toad?
This is a great and sacred gift from the toad. Many people are interested, and so the supply and demand of medicine, we just hope it's kept sacred. Don't kill them.
Tanta gente también, indirecto o directamente, ha sabido bendecida y favorecida por este medicamento. Hemos empezado a ver que la población de sapos Bufo alvarius que tenemos en Sonora está desapareciendo. Hay lugares muy focalizados a los que nosotros íbamos a recolectar el medicamento y ahora ya no hay ni uno, pues está condenado a desaparecer, como ya nos ha pasado con otros animales.
Por favor, den la bienvenida al señor Hamilton Morris. Hablarnos de la química.
Hey, everybody. So there's a lot of very well-intentioned discussion about how best to milk these toads. And I don't think there is a good, sustainable way to milk these toads, especially if this material keeps gaining popularity at the rate that it is. The reality is that they are facing so many different threats simultaneously. There's issues with climate change, there's issues with habitat destruction, there's issues with pesticide contamination. We've created all these roads. The roads have artificial lights. The toads congregate around the artificial lights because the lights attract insects for them to feed on, but then they get hit by cars and humans catch them. It's this really tragic situation. If you go to Sonora, I think we're all aware of what happens when an animal becomes important in our medical practices. It's almost always disastrous. It never ends well.
Or
whether
toads.
It's milking hemocyanin from horseshoe crabs, or a really tragic example would be this thing called the scrotum frog that lives in Lake Titicaca, where poaching has decimated the wild population. If that can happen with something that doesn't even do anything, imagine what can happen with...
Dude, scrotum frog that lives in Lake Titicaca. Like, I almost thought that was a fucking joke. That is such a weird sentence.
Something that pretty reliably produces a religious experience. I feel very strongly that the best conservation...
Dude, these people are fucking assholes. Like, these are degenerate fucking retards. Just look at the way they're looking at him while he's giving the talk.
Tactic would be to dedicate any resources that you have to just preserving their habitat or protecting them, and use synthetic material. And yeah, I guess someone agrees, that's good. Now, due to the globalization of the chemical trade, you can get the precursors to make 5-MeO-DMT, which are completely legal internationally. It's, 5-methoxytryptamine is a metabolite of melatonin, and produce it very inexpensively synthetically on as large a scale as you want. It doesn't have to involve toads at all. This is a lucky situation. There's a way to do it sustainably, and I think we should really seriously consider this.
Like, we're watching this video together and you're seriously asking me the fucking question, is it vegan to milk toads? Like, are you a fucking retard? Like, are you genuinely actually a fucking retard?
5-MeO-DMT is a controlled substance in the United States, but I'm in Mexico where it is uncontrolled, to show that this is a viable replacement for toads, because I believe one person can produce enough 5-MeO-DMT to supply everyone that would ever want it. 100 grams of 5-methoxytryptamine freebase is dissolved in methanol with vigorous magnetic stirring.
Oh, dude, like I can just tell you what these people are thinking. But it's not natural. Oh, the artificial version has chemicals in it, and it's different. Like, these people should just... I hope they get fucking run over like these fucking toads.
A thermometer probe is inserted into the methanolic 5-methoxytryptamine, and the solution is cooled until it nears 0 degrees Celsius. Aqueous potassium hydroxide is used to dissolve and stabilize 100 grams of sodium borohydride, and the solution is transferred into an addition funnel. A second addition funnel is charged with a methanol-stabilized aqueous 37% formaldehyde solution, and the dropwise addition begins. And now I'm going to start adding the borohydride. Low-pair electrons on the basic nitrogen attack formaldehyde's carbonyl carbon, forming an imine and water. Hydride attacks the electrophilic imine carbon, and electrons flow into the nitrogen, producing 5-MeO-NMT. The basic nitrogen attacks a second formaldehyde carbonyl, analogously forming a tertiary aminium ion, which is reduced again to produce 5-methoxy-dimethyltryptamine. Complete transformation of the starting material. Borate salts gradually precipitate, and the solvent volume is reduced by overnight heating. As the methanol evaporates, 5-MeO-DMT precipitates as a brown oil and coalesces on the surface. Pretty beautiful. Simple distillation is used to strip the remaining water, followed by purification of the crude freebase by a short-path vacuum distillation. We did it. Yes. And recrystallization.
Hi, come in. We can obtain a preliminary result between the reference and compounds that you are synthesizing. Okay?
After TLC had shown total transformation of the starting material, LCMS confirmed the product was 5-MeO-DMT.
You obtain a great result between your reference and the sample.
It works.
Yeah.
High five.
Yeah, works.
Time for questions. Okay.
Yeah, average IQ is just retarded.
Would you consider using synthetic 5-MeO-DMT instead of the toad venom?
Prefiero el natural.
There you go. There you go. Like I said. Natural's better. If it's made in nature, it's like better for you and it works better. I hate these fucking people.
Where I'm coming from, I'm a natural woman. I don't
Yeah.
like chemicals. No creo que se pueda cambiar la perspectiva de la gente de lo sintético a lo natural.
But what I'm listening to about your chemical versus from the toad, are we considering that the difference here may be a spirit of a toad that's actually at play here? And
There you go. Yeah, it couldn't get any fucking dumber. I should have figured. Like I was only thinking about the natural thing. Yeah, they're that stupid. But what if there's like a spirit in the toad? Like, fuck me. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Thanks, 21st.
if that is the case, is it possible to ever actually synthesize that in the first place?
Right. I do believe that there is no difference between synthetically produced 5-MeO-DMT and 5-MeO-DMT isolated from the secretions of Bufo alvarius.
I work with both synthetic and Bufo 5-MeO-DMT. Smoking the toad is different than smoking the synthetic. It has a different feel to it, so there's something else in there in the mix that distinguishes these two.
Yeah, it's different. I did both, and it's just different.
I think that we often underestimate our own contribution to these experiences. So we tend to assign it to the drug, but not to ourselves. And that, just in a good old-fashioned psychological sense,
will change things. To know that this came from a living organism as opposed to something that was made in a laboratory, it changes things without any kind of necessarily supernatural overlay. I wouldn't assign the experienced differences to chemical differences without a reason to do so. There are arguments that there are a number of different compounds that have been isolated from Bufo alvarius. They all may contribute in an entourage effect that modulates the activity, but there's no evidence for it. And I think it's really important to think about this in an evidence-based way, because even bufotenine, which is the only other compound that has ever been found in Bufo alvarius that is definitively a psychedelic, is never present in very high concentrations, if at all. It wasn't present in any of the analyses that I did. I don't think that it plays a major role in the experience that everyone is collected here to talk about. It would be more likely, if I had to guess, that it's a dosage difference. The only justifiable reason for milking toads right now is to analyze the venom, figure out exactly what it contains, and then figure out a sustainable synthetic way to recreate it so that we don't need to bother toads.
There seem to be a lot of people, very spiritual people, and I am thinking that...
Dude, they're all pissed off at him. Like these are the most degenerate, selfish. Like, I love this too. All the spiritual fucking people. Oh, I'm connecting with nature. Oh, I'm one with the universe. They're the most selfish, fucking rotten fucking people who only care about themselves and will fucking harm anyone or anything to get what they fucking want. These people are overgrown, fucking spoiled children.
That you might be a spiritual person.
Absolutely.
And they seem to be opposed to synthetic 5-MeO-DMT.
Yeah, but I believe as a synthetic, you can get the full-on dose, exactly what you want. It's important to me to get that dose just right. Even if they're milked in a good way, one of those toads might have PTSD or something.
Yeah, there's heavy metals and protein supplements. There's, I think, a third-party independent tester that's categorized different supplement companies and their lead contamination.
And is freaking out while they're getting milked. I believe that goes into the medicine.
The buffalo population will be very happy if we find another 5-MeO-DMT synthetic. Then he can go to his home again, no, and continue living, because it's going to help people stop milk toads. It's going to be the shit. Almost. I know the toads because of him. I read the book. I think he's a very interesting guy. But I think it was a good thing to find a real guy, no?
In late August 2019, after I had met his friends and come to have a more complete understanding of his research, the real Albert Most, Ken Nelson, invited me to visit him in his assisted living facility. Parkinson's disease had taken Ken's strength, but he still had the energy to discuss his discovery that changed the world.
Hey, Hamilton.
Hello. It's really a pleasure to meet you.
Good meeting you. This is my example of a psychedelic toad, by the way. I researched it. I knew what I had, I knew what it was. It's Colorado River toad. It's unique. It's got glands on its back legs, arms, shoulders, and then a really big gland on the parotid. I harvested them and smoked it. I was first.
And what is the experience like when you smoke Bufo alvarius?
It's overwhelming. You want to hold your breath as long as possible and take it all in one hit. And it comes over you like a white light.
And you weren't afraid?
No. It's a trip. That's the experience right there. That opened the door for a lot of stuff I suppose the average person wasn't exposed to.
The toads are now threatened in their natural environment, that climate change and over-harvesting of their venom may have caused a decline in the natural population. When you were done with the first toad that you ever milked, did you release it back into the wild?
Oh yeah, I didn't keep them. I put Aesop's Fables in my book. Instead of trying to say, don't do it, I put in Aesop's Fables. Read out of that if you want.
I really appreciate that you're telling me all of this.
It's a good story.
It's a great story. It's an amazing story.
Was this a wrap?
This is a wrap for now, yes.
Okay.
Do you want some of your milkshake?
Yes, thank you.
So one product of Ken's anonymity was that other people could come in, they could steal his work, they could sell t-shirts, and now that he's decided to take credit for his research, I was thinking that you could help.
Absolutely. Ken has a copyright. Gail's drawings are beautiful. Making money off of it, it happens to be illegal.
Confirm to us in writing that you will cease and desist. You think that's strong enough?
Could it be even more threatening and still legally binding?
Blatant egregiousness.
I was also thinking, with your permission, that it would be interesting to reissue the pamphlet, but with a final page that identified the possibility of producing 5-MeO-DMT synthetically.
Yeah, we could reissue the book and give him 10 credit. That would be good.
I reissued the pamphlet with a sustainable method for the production of 5-MeO-DMT, and all of the proceeds go to toad conservation and Parkinson's disease research.
Hey, that's nice.
Well, one thing I'm glad about is that in making the mistake, I was able to learn the real story. If I hadn't had this weird interview with the almost imposter, I would have ever known the true story of the discovery of smoking Bufo alvarius venom.
Then I'm thrilled that you're helping get the truth out, because it's a beautiful story, and Ken's a beautiful man.
It's been a very lucky 35 years for me, there's no doubt. To ride his coattails. He just wanted to spread the word. It was important to him just to spread the word.
My mission is to correct mistakes that I've made, but also the indiscriminate use of toad venom. I do think this is a viable synthetic alternative to milking toads. It means that people can divorce themselves from any sort of toad harassment in the 21st century. Nobody really knows what to do with this stuff, and so we have to learn from the mistakes that we've made in the past, and we have to construct our own culture surrounding it. And it's only getting bigger, so I think now is really a great time to figure out how best to do this so that we can keep doing it into the future. Thanks, everybody.
So come again. Continue eating.
Those are nice toads. I like toads.
And I would say, really,
I don't think he's ever been on the internet by himself.
Painful. You know, if I overdo it, I definitely feel it. I occasionally get like numbness and tingling in my right leg and down into my foot, but it's still better than pre-surgery. Combatives in jiu-jitsu class, and ironically, the guy that injured my right knee was an orthopedic surgeon, a good buddy of mine. He fell on my knee, and I had this posterior lateral corner injury. A few years later, that's when I had a big bucket handle meniscus tear and an ACL tear. And the bucket handle tear, it was such that like I couldn't extend my leg. Like,
if you were to be stranded on a desert island, who would you rather be stuck with, David Spade, Dolph Lundgren, or Quentin Tarantino?
Dolph Lundgren. He seems like a smarter, more interesting guy. I think he has a master's degree in chemistry. It's either chemistry or biochem. He was also ridiculously fucking jacked back in the day. Thanks for the donation though, Boopity Bop.
Where did you see something about Professor Dave's marriage falling apart? Or was that just a joke? I looked it up but couldn't find anything about it. I like drama.
You don't have to look it up. You can just see it. Buddy, no dude who's married with an attractive wife is raging out like a fucking retard and spending hours arguing with people in the fucking comment section when they could be fucking their wife that they're attracted to. So this guy is in a marriage that's clearly falling apart. His wife won't fuck him. Like, just think about it. If you can get your dick sucked or argue with random fucktards in the comment section and whine like a little bitch over and over again, and just having a crazy fucking crash out on the internet, what would you do? So, yeah, this guy's wife is not fucking him. He's got a failing marriage. That's just obvious. It's just, there's, you don't need to have anybody like talk to you about her to tell you. You can just see it. Thanks for the donation though, Chud.
It was stuck in a bent position. So like I was walking goofy and it was very painful. And so I needed to go in and get that fixed. I actually decided not to get the ACL fixed. And I did that because my knee was still surprisingly stable, and I talked with my surgeon about it, and he said, yeah, he said, we see guys like you every now and then that compensate really well for the lack of an ACL. And he said it had a lot to do with my my quad and my hamstring strength. So I have a lot of quadricep musculature that provides stability to my knee. And he said, listen, you're not involved in competitive sports anymore. Obviously, if I needed to do stuff where like quick lateral movement, if I was dumb enough to like start playing rugby again, like I did in college, yeah, this would obviously be a problem. I had to give up skiing because
Tarantino is a jackass. Have you ever seen Tarantino in public? That guy is a fucking toddler. Someone was just taking random photos, like not even of him, just like trees and birds and stuff, and then Tarantino thought he was taking photos of him and he ran up and attacked the guy. Like, Tarantino is a fucking retard. He has these rage crash outs because he can't psychologically handle that some people admire him as like a celebrity and shit. Just a fucking dickhead.
Because of my lumbar spine, so I don't do that anymore. And even with jiu-jitsu, like I've been able to change my game up a little bit, where the kind of takedowns that I do and a lot of the submissions, sweeps, etc., don't require me like torquing that right knee. So anyway, a lot of osteoarthritis in that knee, and I don't have an ACL, so I still have to be kind of careful with it. But what I would do is roughly every 6 months, I would do a course of something called penicillin polysulfate, which you guys can look that up. I think, it's been around forever. It gets used overseas. It has been used overseas.
Hey, Danny, can you stop asking me stupid fucking questions all night?
For osteoarthritis. I think it got used a lot in the US in the veterinary world, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it was just recently FDA approved for osteoarthritis. They used it for, I don't know if it was off-label or not, but for something called interstitial cystitis, okay, which, is obviously beyond the scope of this, not related to osteoarthritis, but pretty decent data with these penicillin injections for arthritis. And I actually got very good results from penicillin, and I would combine it with roughly every 6 months or so, I would get an injection of this stuff called Durolane, which is a hyaluronic acid injection, this like thick, goopy stuff. And actually, I have an empty box of it here. This is Durolane. I don't get paid by these guys or anything. The nice thing about Durolane, it's a single injection. So there are a number of other like hyaluronic acid injection preparations that require multiple injections. I think the original one, the old school one that I used to use in my family medicine days, was Synvisc, which was a series of 3 shots once a week, and I think you could do those twice a year is what they recommended. So I used to actually do a lot of those for my older patients, and yeah, it was actually pretty effective. So Durolane is like one big honking shot, and it's a little uncomfortable going in, but it honestly it really helps. It really helps. So, shameless plug, I guess, for Durolane. I don't get a dime from them, but it really helped my knee. It's if you go to the website, which I have up here, they say that it's approved or that it's marketed to give, it says up to 26 weeks of pain relief. And yeah, that's for me, like that was about right. So roughly around 6 or 7 months, my knee would feel pretty good. And then right around that time when it was wearing off, I would start having this nagging pain and it would get worse. And then I would get a joint effusion, which is swelling. I would get fluid building up in the joint itself. And that was kind of my reminder that I needed to run another course of Pennicin and maybe get another Durolane injection. So I did that for a while. What I've noticed, honestly, since I started this Nandrolone, it's been almost a year since I've had to do that, and it's a little weird because I keep expecting my knee to start flaring up again and start getting that pain back and that fluid buildup, and it hasn't yet. So we'll see. It's probably not a coincidence that that's what's going on. So I guess time will tell. So I'm hopeful because I'd rather not have to have stuff injected into my knee every 6 months. It's small, but there's an infection risk with that, and it does hurt a little bit. So we'll see.
Wasps are not peaceful. They will just randomly come up and sting you. That's just bullshit.
Yeah, maybe the Nandrolone is helping in that regard. The best part, though, is that I'm not really reliant on NSAIDs anymore. So I used to have to take 200 milligrams of Celebrex almost every single day, or sometimes when my Celebrex would run out, I would use naproxen. So the brand name or the over-the-counter version of naproxen is Aleve. The prescription naproxen is 500 milligrams. So I would do those like twice a day. And stuff starts happening to you when you get older. Out of the blue, a little over a year ago, I started getting a lot of like acid reflux and esophageal pain and trouble swallowing food. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. So long story short, after an unfortunate incident with a piece of steak, I got a scope done, and they took some biopsies. Thankfully, I didn't have cancer. I was worried I'd have like Barrett's esophagus or something, but I didn't. I had eosinophilic esophagitis, okay, which is think, an allergic, maybe autoimmune problem with the esophagus. Nobody really knows, I don't think, when it's a lot. NSAIDs are dangerous. Like they are really.
Cage match to the death. Who wins? Rosie O'Donnell, Oprah, Keira Knightley, Bill Cosby?
I'd say Oprah. I feel like she has kind of rage and hatred and willingness to commit violence that none of those others have. Thanks, Boopity Bop.
Really dangerous drugs. As a physician, you can really hurt somebody with NSAIDs, and people can hurt themselves with NSAIDs because obviously most of them are over the counter. You can end up hurting yourself if you're not careful. So there are, last I checked, somewhere between 3,000 to 3,500 deaths annually in this country that are directly related to NSAID use, and specifically they're from GI bleeding. So high risk for duodenal bleeding ulcers, peptic ulcers, etc. I see this a lot in the emergency department, like very, very frequently, and it's extremely common. So these are not risk-free drugs. They can be tough on your kidneys. So I see especially older people come in quite a bit with.
Oh my god, here we fucking go. Bill Gates fucked a fucking teenage prostitute. He doesn't mean he had sex with children, you fucking retard. Guess what? 18 isn't a child, dumbass.
Acute kidney injury or renal failure, and a lot of times it's an NSAID that tipped them over. So they, maybe they had some borderline kidney function to begin with, a little bit of chronic kidney disease. They're on an ACE inhibitor or an ARB. Maybe they're on a diuretic, hydrochlorothiazide, chlorthalidone, maybe a loop diuretic. And then either usually unknown to their doctor, because when you're old, you get osteoarthritis and you have chronic pain. Many of them start taking an over-the-counter NSAID, and that's what tips them over and damages the kidney. So they ultimately end up in the emergency department. So they've doubled or tripled their creatinine, and many times we can reverse that, but sometimes we can't. So anyway, my point is that NSAIDs are not risk-free. even for young people. You know, I had a buddy of mine, this many, many years ago, who was in the Army, and he, you know, had a severe esophagitis and nearly eroded, apparently on the scope, like had nearly like perforated his esophagus from chronic NSAID use. So, you know, they call in the Army, they call Motrin Ranger candy for a reason. And, you know, we used to hand out a lot of 800 milligram ibuprofen tablets back in those days. And I, you know, honestly, I probably should not have been doing that, but, you know, that's the way it goes back then. So anyway, so NSAIDs are not risk-free. So again, I'm happy to be off of them for the most part, and I hope I can stay off of them. And you know, I do attribute this improvement obviously to nandrolone because not really nothing else has really changed in my life. So let me show you my labs here real quick. You know, I don't have like a full comprehensive panel here for you, but I thought I would show a couple of things that matter to me. And the first one is my lipid panel. So this is a lipid panel. Gosh, when was this? I cut off the date on it, but this was like November 2023. So you can see, like, you know, it shouldn't be a mystery looking at these numbers. Like I'm on lipid lowering therapy, and without like diverting too much into coronary artery disease and whatnot, I had a coronary artery calcium scan when I turned 50 that showed calcified plaque in my right coronary and my left circumflex, and it was not there when I was 40. So I have a terrible family history, the men of my family, of cardiovascular disease and peripheral vascular disease. Like many, many men in my family have not made it to the age of 50 or have had issues like shortly after turning 50. And the reason for that is that we have high lipoprotein A. So this is an old LP(a) number. So you can see here, yeah, 143.2. It's bounced around a little bit, and it, you know, lipoprotein A can fluctuate based on a number of different factors. And obviously one of the biggest ones is like the assay that you use. But in this case, you know, you can see here, this one is in nanomoles per liter, which I think is the more accurate, you know, way to measure this. I'd rather have a particle number, which is what nanomoles represents, than a weight, so milligrams per deciliter per se. But regardless, my numbers have always been like a little bit more, roughly, you know, twice the upper limit of normal. And I inherited this from my dad, who had his first angioplasty in his early 50s, and I've lost count of the number of stents that he's had. I think he's had at least a quadruple bypass. He's had two separate bypasses actually, for I think a total of 4 vessels. So yeah, so this is a genetic thing. You either have this or you don't. Again, not to divert too much, please, if you've never had LP(a), gotta love that. Anyway, so the first one is without nandrolone. This is with nandrolone. Now, to be fair, back when that original lipid panel, I was actually dieting pretty hard there too, and I was in a calorie deficit, so that, you know, that may have had a little bit of a role in skewing those numbers just a little bit. This more recent panel, I was definitely not in a calorie deficit. Been kind of pigging out lately, but within reason. But you know, the numbers are really not that much different here, right? So HDL 40, so that's essentially unchanged, and then the LDL 37. You know, if you look at what panathine does to your lipid numbers, you know, it's probably equivalent to a very weak statin, maybe even just slightly weaker than a weak statin. But it's virtually side effect free, because, you know, I've had numbers like that before. So, you know, why this went up, I don't know. I doubt it was the nandrolone, because there are actually studies out there showing that treatment with nandrolone actually lowers LP(a). In fact, all androgens lower LP(a), as does estradiol. So yeah, so I'm, you know, it's still high. It's more than double of you know, the upper limits of normal. So yeah, I'm still at risk. And again, this is why I'm you know, finally, like, no change in my H&H. So here my hemoglobin 17.6, 53.7.
I just downloaded that Vegly app and there's like nothing on there. There's a lot of bot accounts, inactive accounts, and then with the active profiles you have to weed through single moms and morbidly obese chicks. What was your experience with it?
It was better than every other dating app I used. I think there was one inactive account, or maybe two. Yeah, I think it's just one inactive account that I actually came across. I just filtered out for people in my area, and I think I had 4 girls reach out. Two of them were way too far away. One was like in New York. I didn't want to have to fucking deal with that. And I think another chick was like way in London or something. But yeah, there were 2 girls near my area. I was going to set up a date with one, and I just ended up getting with Pat, so I didn't end up going out on that date. And they seemed like fairly normal. There's just one like big fat gross chick. Like the others, they're good looking enough. They're vegan, so generally you're talking about like healthier people. Yeah, I tried Tinder. That was just a complete fuckfest. The only vegan women on Tinder are like these super fucked up weirdo alternative chicks. I'm not even kidding. Every single vegan girl that I saw on Tinder, without fail, was in a cuckold relationship. They either had a boyfriend or they were married, and they were looking for like a 3rd or 4th boyfriend. It was so retarded. And then like every other fucking chick is like single mom. I don't even know how this works, but like I put on my profile, like I'm straight, I'm only looking for women. For some reason, I'd get messages or like I'd get matched with like fucking cross-dressers. I think there was like 2 cross-dressers that got my profile. I have no idea how the fuck that works, where they'd have access to my profile when I had the preferences set up like that. I also tried Facebook dating. I think there's just a lot of inactive accounts on Facebook dating. There's only one chick who messaged me back, and then she just ghosted me. I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know if it had something to do with her thinking my profile was fake, because I'm kind of unusual looking, like very good shape. I like in my photos that I posted, like I was super jacked.
You're stuck in the mall like in the Dawn of the Dead remake. You get 2 picks for the only people to be left alive with you. Who are they? Also, like, what would be your plan?
2 people to be left alive with. I guess I'd choose Pat, because I want to be with Pat. And then probably somebody who's like either a current or like former special forces. Ideally, because they'd be good with like weapons and combat and stuff. So I don't know, like DJ Shipley or something. What would be my plan? I don't know. Like leave them all, I guess. I don't know. Thanks, Boopity Bop.
18.454.
But yeah, like Vegly was the best dating app I used, because again, like the chicks aren't crazy, and I didn't come across any bot or inactive accounts.
0.1. Okay, it's kind of like pretty much where
I think with online dating too, like it's heavily dependent on what area you're living in. If you're kind of in the middle of nowhere, like you're not gonna get anything. So.
And no, I do not get phlebotomized. Okay, I'll refer you to one of my other videos of why that is actually unnecessary, is not supported by the evidence. That running around with a hematocrit like this from a secondary erythrocytosis, okay, which is what testosterone therapy does not increase, as to the best of our knowledge, based on multiple studies, thrombosis risk. Okay, this is not the same thing as polycythemia vera, which is a hematological malignancy with associated platelet dysfunction. Those people do benefit from phlebotomy. If you have polycythemia vera, yes, you should be phlebotomized. Here's the interesting thing, though, and again, not to divert too much. even when you phlebotomize somebody with polycythemia vera down to a hematocrit like under 45, yeah, it does lower their risk of thrombosis, but it's still higher than a otherwise unaffected person with the exact same H&H. So what does that tell you, right? There's platelet dysfunction. There's other issues going on with polycythemia vera patients. So I do donate blood occasionally. I do it for altruistic reasons. Okay, I'm O positive. We chronically have a blood shortage in this country, so you know, if I can save somebody's life with a little bit of my own blood, I will do it. But you know, you will run into trouble if your doctor, every time your hematocrit crosses 50, which is a completely arbitrary threshold, not evidence-based whatsoever, makes you go donate blood. You know, sometimes these guys are doing this like every 2 or 3 months. You know, there's one inevitable outcome of that, and it will be that you'll crash your ferritin, you become iron deficient, and many times you're going to feel terrible. So anyway, don't want to divert too much on that. That's my H&H, unaffected by 50 milligrams of nandrolone. This is just a more routine chemistry here. I don't have an old one to compare this, because this is like literally, this is the almost identical looking numbers that I've had since my mid-20s. Okay, so this creatinine of 1.46, it says it's elevated. It's not. You know, I'm currently, I haven't weighed myself in a while. I'm usually between 230, 235 pounds, usually 12 to 13, maybe 14% body fat. So
How the fuck is he like super tall or something? So right now I'm 220. Like I am dieting, so like as soon as I stop the diet, like my weight's gonna really climb. Like I'll get back to 230. But yeah, I'm 6'3", 220. And I mean, like, my body composition looks a lot fucking different than his. Like, I look a lot fucking bigger. I don't understand how there's that huge fucking... How is he like 10 or 15 pounds heavier than me? Am I just like unusually light for some reason? A lot of people think I'm like 260 or 270. I'm only 220. And I've used multiple scales. I know the scale in my bathroom isn't fucked, and it's a brand new one too. That is fucking weird how that guy could be like 230, 235. He looks shorter. Like not, like maybe 5'9", 5'10", maybe. Really weird how there could be that kind of discrepancy. So, yeah, strange.
So this is not an unexpected number. I've had this worked up in the past. This is normal. This is just me. These numbers have been this way since my 20s. And you'll notice my liver enzymes are slightly elevated, AST and ALT. Okay, same thing ever since my early 20s. This is workout related. I'm always training. If I'm not in the gym, I'm doing...
Never had an elevated AST, ALT, but yeah, a lot of training can elevate AST, ALT. It's not really a marker of... It's not really a liver enzyme. It's a marker of liver or muscle metabolism. In normal people, it's a marker of liver damage. In athletes, it's not accurate. Same with creatinine. That's why it says eGFR, not GFR. It stands for estimated glomerular filtration rate. So creatinine doesn't actually measure kidney function.
Jiu-jitsu or something else. And so, you know, and I've tested this. If I take like 3 days off from the gym, just hydrate, don't do anything, these numbers are normal. And I have, in the course of my lifetime, I've had 2 complete workups for these elevated liver enzymes, okay, including liver ultrasounds, because whenever I change duty station, it supports the use of nandrolone. It presents some of the evidence, and actually there's a study here where they gave nandrolone to men and measured pain scores, men with osteoarthritis, and you know, basically put this to the test, okay? And this comes from the journal Translational Andrology and Urology 2019. Okay, and I included this one because this is a recent one. This is one of the few like more recent articles. It's not from like 1980, which is where a lot of the older data is. This is a fairly up-to-date article in a well-respected andrology and urology journal that has looked at this. And yeah, they again, I covered this in another talk, but there was significant improvement in men's pain scores with they used 100 milligrams of nandrolone in there, and again, there's a lot of other studies that are quite a bit older that support this as well.
Yeah, it's not that much. Nandrolone's dosed at 200 milligrams per mil for decanoate. So it's 0.5 mils a week, which is just fucking tiny. If you were to do that every day, that would be less than 0.01. So yeah, tiny amount of nandrolone
as well. Okay, that's it, guys. So yeah, so far this has been it's been a positive experience for me. What do I feel about this in general?
Yeah, I hate that with dating apps. They make you pay for the service to see who liked you and to message them back. I had to subscribe to the Vegely app.
In the TRT and men's health world, honestly, I think it gets overused. I don't think that this should be routine at all. And even for chronic pain, like it shouldn't be the first line treatment. Okay, even though I had a good result with it, there are many other options to treat chronic pain other than jumping on nandrolone.
Use nandrolone. Nandrolone's far more based.
Although I know many of you guys want to. However, having said that, it has been effective for me. I do plan on staying on it for the time being. I don't know if I'll stay on it forever. Am I concerned about long-term adverse effects? Yeah, absolutely. That's why I get regular blood work, EKGs. I'm going to go get an echo at some point here this summer. Just to make sure that everything's okay. I'm not anticipating any problems, but again, if you're going to do something like this and plan on doing it chronically, I think it pays to be under the supervision of a physician just to make sure that everything is hunky-dory and you're not harming yourself. So far, there's no evidence of harm. It's been a net positive. I think if you're going to use this, I think you should do. I recommend what I do, and this applies to all medicines. Lowest effective dose.
So I know we've been pretty focused on Ukraine and Iran recently, but the cartel civil war in Mexico continues to rage. So to get an update on where things stand down south, we're joined today by Tufano Rittendale. Tufano is the chief intelligence officer for our.
Maybe we'll react to that tomorrow. Yeah, it's pretty late already. Yeah, I should get to bed. I go bed now. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Plan tomorrow is that I was going to train legs. I kind of hurt my quad the last training session, so, the last time I streamed quad training was when I kind of hurt it. Got strained a little bit. Yeah, the last leg workout I had to just do quads really light, focus more on hamstrings. I'll see how it feels tomorrow. If it feels fine, then I'll stream it. If it doesn't feel great, then I'm not going to bother streaming it. But yeah, we'll see. In any case, I'll be streaming tomorrow. There's some dumb gay fucking civic holiday in Canada, so can't really go out tomorrow anyway. So we'll